Hello guys, I'm the Codeaholic, and in this channel I do coding tutorials and challenges, so if you're new to my channel, consider subscribing. I've been working on this crash course for about 2 months, trying to make it as perfect as possible, and finally I managed to record and publish it. We will start with a couple of slides trying to understand what is PHP and why we should learn it, and then we will jump into writing code. During this crash course we will build several practical projects. We will build TODO application with a file system. We will build Notes application with MySQL. We will install third-party packages in our project. We will create simple registration form and cover validation, and we will do some other useful stuff also. Your feedback means a lot for me, so if you watch this video, definitely leave a comment down below and let me know what you think. I want to kindly ask you, while watching this video, if any point you feel that this video is useful for you, pause the video, hit the like and subscribe buttons, don't forget to hit the notification bell button, and then continue watching. Thanks for watching, and let's start. Okay, first of all, let's have a look at the course plan. It's gonna be crash course, but it will be a big crash course, several hours, and we need to have a look at the plan. First of all, we're gonna explain what is PHP and why we should learn it. It's 2020 and a lot of developers are saying, come on, why we should learn PHP? We have Node.js, we have Python. PHP is dying, and that's not absolutely true in my opinion. Every programming language has its own purpose, and I think PHP is the best programming language to build, to set up easily and to start building websites easily. And we're going to have more information in the next slides about this. Then we're going to download and set up working environment and get familiar with syntax. We're going to print hello world. Then we will go to variables and data types, numbers, string, functions, arrays. We're going to have a look at the conditionals and loops, functions, and comments. That comments actually will be at the very top. Then we're going to have a look at the super globals, form validation, how to upload files and validate, how to include one file into another using PHP. Then we're going to have a look at object-oriented programming in PHP. We're going to see how to work with the file system and build some TODO application. We're going to see how to work with MySQL and build Notes application. We're going to have a look at the Autoloading using Composer. And finally, we're going to set up virtual hosts in our installation. Okay, I'm so excited, and let's start the actually explaining what is PHP. But before we go on this, I need to remind you what are the prerequisites of this crash course. HTML is absolutely mandatory for this crash course because we're going to use a lot of HTML in this crash course. Basic programming, basic knowledge of programming is kind of optional. If you know what is if statement or what are loops, that will be absolutely helpful for you. But if not, that's also okay. I'm gonna go through all of these. Okay, as for the CSS and JavaScript, they are also optional. If you have a decent knowledge of these technologies, that will be helpful for you, but we're gonna use it really rarely in this crash course. Okay, let's have a look at first browser's request response flow. Okay, when you type some URL in your browser, like facebook.com, it makes requests to the server. A server is basically, it can be PHP server, it can be Python server, it can be Java or Node.js. The server is responsible to handle your request and process it and give you the corresponding response. Optionally, the server can make a request to the database. Get some data. For example, if you try to log in on facebook.com, you provide username and password. The server, the PHP or Java or Python, makes requests to the database trying to find the corresponding user, and the database obviously returns response success or failure. The server handles that response and sends the response to the browser back. Okay, the server and the database can be physically on the same computer, on the same server, or they can be remotely. The database can be in one country and the application server where PHP or Python is running can be on different location. Okay, that's absolutely like a basic flow what every PHP developer or every web developer needs to know. Okay, let's have a look at what is PHP. PHP was created in 1994 by Rasmus Lerdorf. It's an open source general purpose programming language, and it has a recursive acronym. The first P, in fact, stands for PHP itself, H stands for hypertext preprocessor, and last P stands for preprocessor, excuse me. H stands for hypertext and P stands for preprocessor. Okay, it's server-side language. It's like best suited for web development. It can be embedded into HTML and it's interpreted language. Okay, meaning that it doesn't need compilation before it runs. Okay, let's have a look at why we should learn PHP. As I mentioned in previous slide, it's a multi-purpose language, which means that it is best suited for simple websites as well as complex ones, some CRM portals, e-commerce systems. You can build REST APIs using PHP. You can even use PHP for image, video, and audio processing, and it works fine with almost all databases, with relational databases and non-relational databases as well. It's really easy to learn, it's easy to set up, it has a large community, and there exists a lot of pre-made CMSs and frameworks on PHP. The most popular CMS on PHP, probably you have heard it, is WordPress. In fact, I'm not sure about the numbers, but nowadays about 60 or 70% of the whole websites either fully run on PHP or use PHP partially. So PHP is the mostly used programming language in web development. So that's, I think, the biggest reason why we should care about it. So as for the CMSs, we have Magento, which is a full e-commerce solution. We have Drupal, which is CMS plus e-commerce solution. We have OpenCart, which is also e-commerce solution, and you can install these CMSs by just single click, and that gives you the full e-commerce solution or full CMS, which includes if it's an e-commerce solution, it includes shipping and taxing and online payments and things like that, and nice analytics in the admin. Okay. As for the frameworks, Laravel is the most popular PHP framework, and it's it was created in 2012, I guess, or something like this, and it is right now the most popular PHP framework, and a lot of people are using it and love it. Besides Laravel, we have Symfony, CodeIgniter, E2. These are the top 4 PHP frameworks, and all of them are really great, and all of them are some kind of similar to each other because they are sharing MVC pattern. Okay, and excuse me, and one of the last reason why we should learn PHP is that it has a high demand on the job market. Okay, I should also mention why PHP is not the best case, or the cases where the PHP is not the best. Okay, if you want to build real-time applications, or if you want to work with artificial intelligence and machine learning, PHP is not the best case for this. So Node.js will be the best case for building real-time applications, and Python probably will be the best case for AI and ML. Okay, now it's time to set up our working environment and start writing Hello World. Alright guys, so now we need to download and install XAMPP, which is a package, and it contains Apache, MySQL, and PHP. And we also need to install editor. My favorite editor, it's more like IDE, is a PHPStorm, which is super intelligent, super powerful. The only disadvantage it has is that it's not free, unfortunately. It has a 30 days free trial, and then you have to pay for it. As for the open source and free choice, I would recommend VS Code, as everyone does. It's free, lightweight, it has a lot of extensions and things like that. So let's download these 3 software and install in our operating system. I have fresh new installation on Windows, so that I think makes things easier for you to just follow if you are new. So let's search for download XAMPP. And I'm going to download the latest version, which includes PHP 7.4. Okay, I do have that already downloaded, so I don't want to download it again. So let's download PHPStorm and download VS Code. Okay, so just click the download button right here and download button for your operating system, and that's it. So you have it downloaded. Now let's open the folder and install all these three programs. Okay, so let's install XAMPP first. So the installation is really simple. We just need to follow the steps, and I'm going to just untick a couple of tools which I don't want to be installed. Click next, install in its default location, and yeah, it's on the way. So meanwhile, let's install PHPStorm. I want this 64-bit launcher. I want to add open folder as project, and that's it for now. And let's install VS Code also. Okay, VS Code is already installed. It's super lightweight, as I said, so its installation is also really fast. PHPStorm is also installed, and we can run that also. I'm going to show you how to install the PHP extension for VS Code, and then I'm going to close VS Code because I prefer working with PHPStorm, and I'm going to work with PHPStorm. Okay, go to these extensions on the left hand side, then right here PHP, and the very first one, PHP IntelliSense, is the tool which you need to install. I do have already that installed right now. It's true that I have fresh new installation of VS Code, but I had previously installed VS Code. I was just testing, and that's why I installed that IntelliSense. So you will see simply here install button, click that install button, and it will install this this extension. Okay, so let's close this. Let's open the PHPStorm and configure it. So you can choose your theme. I'm going to skip and set defaults. I'm going to evaluate for free for now. And okay, so the XAMPP, the PHPStorm is done. XAMPP is also done, and I want to start control panel. Okay, that control panel is basically a tool which gives us possibility to start Apache web server and MySQL web server right now. Okay, so when we start Apache web server, we can check if the Apache is running in the browser by typing localhost right there. Let me close other tabs. So we type localhost right there, and if we see this Apache welcome page, then we're good and Apache is installed and running. And PHP is also installed and running. That proves this. If we want to use MySQL and work with the MySQL, we need to start MySQL, and in the browser we need to type php myadmin. That's a web-based tool to work MySQL, to create some databases, tables, insert data, and so on. If you want to use PHP using command line, you need to update system variables path variable. Let me show you first of all that the PHP doesn't work using command line. So if we type php-v, we see PHP is not recognized as an internal or external command. Okay, so we need to go to the this PC, go to the properties, advanced system settings, environment variables, click on the path, edit, and right here we need to add new path, and that path should be the folder where the PHP executable is located. We have installed XAMPP in the C drive XAMPP, and here we have the PHP folder. We're going to copy that path, come here, create new, add that C XAMPP PHP, click OK on everything else. We need to close and open CMD, and then here if we type php-v, then this shows PHP 7.4.1. So if you want to use PHP using command line, you need to do this step. I'm just going to show you how to use PHP command line. Not how to use. The usage is basically really simple. So you just need to call your PHP file PHP index.php, for example, using command line, and that's it. So we are not going basically create some application using command line, just I wanted to show you how to use it on command line. Okay, you run this if you have PHP file created, and that executes it, but right now we don't have this index PHP. Okay, so let's focus on the web-based applications. So we have right now installed XAMPP, we have installed PHPStorm and VS Code, and we can start writing Hello World application. But before doing this, I'm going to show you one thing really quickly. When you restart your operating system, you will always have to open XAMPP control panel and start Apache and MySQL, because they will be simply stopped. I'm going to show you how to install Apache and MySQL as services so that after system restart, it doesn't need to automatically open the control panel and click the start buttons manually. Okay, so let's close this control panel. Let's go to the C drive, XAMPP, and at the bottom we have this XAMPP control.exe. So let's open this as an administrator, and we have these red X's in front of Apache and MySQL. Let's click that buttons to install Apache as a server. Let's install MySQL as a server also, and we can start right now. And that basically is it. So when you restart your operating system, Apache and MySQL will be running. So you don't need to open this control panel anymore. Okay, so that's cool. Now let's start writing Hello World application. I'm going to also show you the files which we will need throughout this course, and the files are located on my GitHub account. Simply go to the following link. You will find this link in the video description. Also, go to the following link and download these files, which I'm going to download also. Okay, so download, if you have Git, you can clone it, but I'm going to download it as a zip. Let's extract this, and we need to move this into htdocs folder, which is located in the XAMPP folder. Okay, so I'm gonna cut this folder and paste into XAMPP htdocs right here, and I'm going to also remove that master. That htdocs folder basically corresponds to the localhost in the web browser. Okay, the localhost corresponds to the htdocs folder. So if we type in the browser the folder name, what we have just copied right here, this folder name, we will see all the files inside the folder, just like this. And we can like click on the syntax HTML and we see that hello world. Okay, so that's our basic files what we need, and now we can start actually open our IDE or VS Code as you prefer and start writing hello world. Click open. So this PHPStorm also has, like, we have two ways to open the folder. We can click on the open and choose the folder, or we need to go to the PHP Course folder, right click and open folder as PHPStorm project. Before we can close that one, we don't want. So open folder as PHPStorm project, and we can move this on the right side, this on the left side, and here it is. Since we have successfully installed our working environment, it's time to write our first PHP Hello World. On the right side, I have opened in the browser localhost PHP Course 2020. On the left side, I have opened the same folder using PHPStorm. Let's open syntax HTML, and here is Hello World. Let's open this in PHPStorm also, and this Hello World comes from HTML. PHP can be injected in the HTML, but in order to make this happen, first we need to change the extension of the HTML file. So I'm gonna change the extension into PHP. Okay, obviously this won't work, this will show not found, but we can change the extension also, and it will work in the same way as it was working before. So we have PHP file, but it shows that HTML also. So right here we have already possibility to write PHP tags. Question mark less than symbol and the question mark PHP is the PHP opening tag, and question mark and greater symbol is PHP closing tag. And in between you can write your own PHP, and we can have as many opening and closing tags as we want. Okay, just like this. And here we can write PHP code. Let's output hello world. Echo, in the back quotes we write hello world. And let's save this and have a look in the browser, and we see hello world 2 times. The first hello world comes from the PHP, and the second first comes from HTML and second comes from PHP. We can write this hello world as many times as we want. And we can also output using echo PHP HTML tags, okay, like paragraph. So this hello world I want to be written inside paragraph, and the middle one is inside the paragraph. And let's have a look in the page source, and right here we see this hello world comes from HTML. We don't see PHP opening and closing tags. That's an important thing to notice, because Apache processed this, evaluated every echo statement, and it just printed the output. Okay, Apache, which is a web server which processes the PHP files, it processed our PHP, converted into HTML, and then returned the plain HTML to the browser. Okay, so we have 3 times hello world. Let's output another tag, for example h2. We can write as many echo statements as I said. Okay, and here we have h2. Let's close this. We can write like forms, buttons, anything. Basically using echo you can print anything inside the strings. Okay, so now let's move on and talk about comments, how we can make comments in the PHP. So as soon as you make that PHP opening and closing tags, you can write PHP already. Okay, if you have that opening PHP tag as the last thing, you can skip PHP closing tag. That's also a good thing to know. So I can write here question mark and greater than symbol, but that's not actually necessary. Okay, I can skip it. But however, if I want to write like a HTML button right here, click me, in this case I need to first close PHP tag and then write normal HTML. Okay, so let's go to the comments right here. Okay, I see this button. Let's remove, we don't want. There are 3 ways to declare comments in PHP. Using / creates a single line comment. Hashtag is for just another single line comment, and we have /* and then your comment as an opening comment, and asterisk and the slash is the closing of your multi-line comment. Okay, this is I think really simple and familiar with other programming languages, except that hashtag, that's for PHP. Okay, let's move on and talk about variables. Variables in PHP are much like variables in another programming language. Variable is a container which can store a value. In PHP we have 8 types of variables. The fact is that the variable in PHP doesn't have the type. The value has the type. Okay, so and the variable type changes dynamically when we assign different value to it. Okay, so here are the types what we have in PHP. We have a string, integer, float, boolean, null, array, object, and resource. And we're going to see the first 5 right now, and we're going to see array, objects, and resource later in this course. Let's see how we can declare variables in PHP. So we need to use $, and then here the variable name. So I'm going to declare variable called name. The variable must start with letter. It can contain underscore and digit later. Okay, it cannot start with digit, but it can start actually with underscore, just like this. Okay, so let's declare variable name and give it Sura. Let's declare another variable and give it like 28. Is height will be is male will be true. We have height variable, which will be 1.85, and we have salary variable, which will be null. Okay, I have declared 5 variables. All of them have different types. Okay, let's first see what will be the output when we print this variable. Okay, I'm going to quickly copy the code and explain. So here I'm printing 5 different variables, and I'm using also BR tags. That's an important thing. So I'm printing right here name, and then the dot is basically for concatenation. So I'm concatenating my name with string BR tag. That's HTML self-closing tag. Okay, I'm doing this to show all variables on a new line. Okay, this is how it will look like. If I remove that BR tags, okay, just have a look, they will be written on a single line and it will be hard to read. Okay, so let's have a look at the actual output. So the name is Zura, age is 28, Ismail is true. Ismail we declared as a boolean true, but right here it's written 1. The height is 1.85 and the salary is nothing. So basically when we try to print the null using echo, it will be converted into string and it will be converted into empty string. And if we have a look in the page source, we see that right here we have empty string. Okay, if we change this Ismail variable into false, the same thing will happen. So right here we see empty string also. Okay, cool. Let's move on and see how we can print the type of the variable. Okay, for this we have get type function in PHP. We give name right there, and let me give also BR tag to print them on a single line, on a new line. And let's repeat this 4 times. We have age, we have type of is male, we have type of height and salary. And here we have types: string, integer, boolean, double, and null. And double or float, they are basically the same. And that's the 5 types I have mentioned before. Okay, so if I want to like print the whole variable, I can do this with a var underscore dump function. I'm going to give a name there, for example, and it will print every information PHP has about that variable. It tells that it's string, its length is 4, and its value is Sura. I can print in the same way age and salary. I can print them on a in the same var_dump function, or I can create a separate var_dump function for salary or Ismail. And let's have a look. So the first one, name, is this one, the age is integer 28, and the salary is null. Okay, so let me show you one important thing. So now I'm going to change the variable into 28. Okay, and I'm going to try after this to print the type of the name variable. Okay, let's leave this only name. Okay, so initially the type of the name is string, then we change the name into 28, and then we print the type of the name and its integer. That's because, as I said, variables in PHP don't have type. The values have type, and depending on what value we assign the variable, the type of the variable changes. We can repeat the same thing and assign name true, and then we can print the type of the name, and it will be boolean, obviously. Okay, let's go ahead and see how we can check whether one particular variable is string or integer or boolean. Okay, so in PHP we have special functions for this. Is something like is string, is boolean, is integer, is float, is double, and they basically return true or false. Let's use is string and give their name. So I'm going to pause right here, and can you guess what will be the output of is name? Okay, you are right. The output of is name of is string when we give name will be false, because the name variable is 28, and 28 obviously is not string. Okay, and we can go ahead and put this in the var dump to have a look what the actual output will be. Okay, here is boolean false. I recommend to write along with me while I'm writing. You can pause the video, write something, and experiment with it. And this is actually the way I learned. Okay, so we can use another functions like isString and isInteger. I'm not going to show you all of them because they are really obvious, I think. So this one returns false, however this one will return true because the name is actually an integer. Okay, let's save this, and here it is. If we comment this line, the name will be the initial value what we have, and that's Zura. Okay, so the first one will be evaluated into true, however the second one will be false, and we can see it. That's it. Okay, okay, let's imagine the following case now, that I want to print a variable and it's called address. Okay, and obviously I have an error, undefined variable address. So in PHP we have special function to check whether the particular variable is defined or not. Okay, and it's called isSet. So I'm going to give isSet address, and that will be simply evaluated into true or false, whether the address variable is defined or not. And in this case, obviously, this will be evaluated into false, excuse me, because the address variable is not declared. Let's go ahead and put this in the var dump. And let's comment this code. And as we see, this returns false. Let's go ahead and put their name. What will be the output of this var dump statement? Right, it will be true because the name variable is declared. Okay, let's go ahead and repeat the same things for age and, for example, salary. Can you guess what will be the output for age and salary? Okay, probably you haven't guessed correctly. So age is defined actually, but salary is set for salary returns false because the salary is a null, and the null works slightly differently. Okay, let me comment this one. So when the variable is null, and we call it using isSet, we print the result of the set, it's false. Null is like special type. Okay. Okay, let's talk about constants. In PHP, we have a possibility to declare constants using define. Constant basically is an immutable variable. As soon as you assign something to it, you cannot change. Okay, I'm going to define a variable pi in this constant in this function define. So we define basically a constant using define function, where the first argument is pi and the second argument is the value. The first argument is the constant name. Okay, I'm going to print now pi, and I don't use a $sign when I'm printing the pi variable. Okay, so whenever I'm like declaring or accessing or rewriting a variable, I'm always using it with $sign. Okay, you notice that, but for constants it's different. I don't use $sign. Let's save this and print it, and I see this 3.14. If I want to check one particular variable is defined or not, I have function defined, and I'm going to give here pi, and that will be evaluated into true or false, and that will be obviously evaluated into true, that returns true. However, if I change this pi into like pi2, that will be evaluated into false. Okay, I'm not going to print this, but you will get the idea, and you can try. You can pause the video and do this. It will be good practice. Okay, and in PHP we have a lot of built-in constants, and I'm going to just show you how we can use them. So in the same way as we print this pi, we can print like any available PHP's built-in constant. For example, PHP int max, which returns the maximum value of the integer can have in PHP, and that's this large number. Okay, that's just an example. As I said, PHP has a lot of like built-in constants and functions also, and you just need to have a look at them just to have an idea of what they whether they exist or not, and what exists in general. Okay, and I will link in the description the URL where you can see the constants of the PHP. Okay, that's it about variables, and let's move on and talk about numbers. Okay, so here I have in PHPStorm opened numbers PHP, and we need to do the same thing in browser. Let's go and open numbers PHP, and we see obviously empty output. So this is the plan what we're going to do in this numbers section. Okay, let's declare several numbers like a equals to 5, b equals to 4, and let's declare c equals to 1.2. Okay, so we have declared 3 different numbers, and I'm going to do some arithmetic operations on these numbers. For example, I'm going to write a plus b, and let's have a look in the browser. So that's obviously 9. So let's try to print a minus b, and that prints 1, and let's use that br to show them on a separate lines. Okay, cool. So here we have 9, here we have 1. Obviously we can chain several math operations like a minus b that multiplied on 10, and that's divided by c, for example. Okay, that will give us some number, and that's it. Okay, so if we put this a minus b in the parentheses, we know that first a minus b will be evaluated, and that then will be multiplied on 10 and divided by c. Okay, and that will give us different result, and here it is. Okay, so to show you all arithmetic operations, we have multiplication, we have division, and we have a modules operator. Okay, these are the arithmetic operators we have in PHP, and this is addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, and that is modules operator, which means the remainder when a is divided by b, and that should give us right now 1. Okay, so okay, let's talk about assignment with math operators, which basically so let me copy this. I think it will be easier. So I'm going to copy and show this to you immediately. Okay, let's comment these arithmetic operators. So I have 2 statements on a single line. The first one is it's explained in the following way: take the b's value, add it to the a, and save the result back inside a, and that changes the value of the a, and a was a 5 initially, then we are adding b inside the a, and finally a should be 9. And if we comment the other code, we see that a is 9. The a's value was actually changed, and we're printing a right here. The other operators work in the same way. So this will on a, b will be subtracted on a, and the result will be saved back inside the a. So if you're familiar with other programming languages, that assignment with math operators, I think this is really familiar for you. If not, just observe this. So this one is explained like b is multiplied on a, and the result is saved back inside the a. So if we comment other codes and just leave the multiplication, that will change the a into 20. Okay, and that's it. Okay, so let's comment all this code, by the way, and talk about increment operator. So a plus plus, that will simply increase the value of the a, and the a now will become 6. Okay, we have another increment operator, and it's called plus plus a. The difference between those operators is that this operator first uses the value of the a, and that will be explained really well if we put this in the echo. Okay, so we're printing a, and then the value of the a is increased. Okay, let's comment this and have a look. So first it prints 5, but the value of the a is increased. So if we print a right here, I see that it prints 5 first, then the value was increased and it prints 6. Okay, if I use ++a, this first increases the value of the a and then it is used. Okay, and that should print, can you guess what will be the output? Right, it will be 7, because this one increased into 6 and then this one increased the 6 into 7 and then printed it. Okay, in the same way we can use a decrement operator, okay, like echo a minus minus and echo minus minus a. They work in the same way. Okay, it will print 7 and the vice versa actually. So let's have a look at the number checking functions. Okay, so we have the following functions to check numbers: is float, we have is integer, and is numeric, which is the most interesting thing for me. So is float accepts basically all of them except some value and returns true or false whether the particular value satisfies the requirement of the function. Let's call it like this. So if I give right here 4, so this returns, let's put this in the var dump. Okay, so var dump, okay, and this returns into false. I need to comment these following ones, okay, because 4 is not actually float, it is integer. Okay, so if I put the here like 4.1, then this will be evaluated into true. So is integer, and is integer works in the same way. So if I use right here is integer, this will return false. If I pass here 4, this will return true. Is numeric is the most interesting for me. Okay, if I use like is numeric, that basically works in the like it's a generic version of the is float and is integer. So this will return true. 4.3 will return true. But if we give here like string, like a 5.6 for example, this will unwrap the string and check if it's a numeric value inside the string, and that will also return true. However, if we add some other value like a g for example right here, this will return false. Okay, I hope that makes sense. Okay, let's comment and talk about conversions. So I'm going to show you, I'm going to copy some code, okay, just for a variable, and here I'm going to show you how we can convert that variable into float, okay, like float variable, or let's call it like number. Okay, so I'm going to use parentheses, and inside the parentheses I write the type of the type I want to convert my str number into. Okay, str number, and that we can print this using for dump number. Okay, so this str number will be converted into float and printed. And let's have a look. It's float, it's 12.34. If we convert this into integer, that will just strip this 34 and it will be integer 12. Okay, so we can like convert this into boolean. That's called also typecasting. So that's typecasting, and we're converting this into boolean, and that is evaluated into true. So if we however have here like empty string, when empty string is converted into boolean, that will be evaluated into false. The null will also be evaluated into false. Okay, so this is the one way to convert variable into another type. We have also float val, which is a function and accepts this number and returns float, just like this. We have also int val, we have like bool val, and the same basically functions as we can use inside typecasting. So previously only functions existed about like converting from one type into another, but now we have the typecasting, which I think is more like a convenient way. Okay, and that works fine. Okay, so let's talk about number functions. So I'm going to quickly copy a code and just follow that code and explain what I'm doing right here. Okay, so here I'm printing just string, the function name and the parentheses, that's just string, and I'm concatenating it with the function result. And finally, I'm concatenating it with line break. Okay, so I'm using several number functions, and let's have a look in the browser. Let's comment this code. Okay, so that basically takes the absolute value of the given number. If it's minus 15, that returns 15. That function, po function, will take 2 in power 3, and that will evaluate into 8. This sqrt function will just simply take the square root. Max function accepts as many numbers as you want, actually. Like you can pass 5 and 6 and so on, and it will simply take the maximum number of given numbers. Okay, this one will take the minimum number of given ones. We have a round, which simply rounds this in a normal math way, and that round returns like 2. This round returns, however, 3, because that's 2.6. Floor function will always round down, no matter what is the value of the given one. I mean, if we give even here like a 2.99, this will still be rounded into 2. Okay, it's rounded down to the closest integer number. However, the sale works oppositely, so it will round this number to the smallest integer number which is greater than this value. Okay, and the smallest integer number which is greater than this value is obviously 3. Okay, so let's talk about how we can format numbers. Okay, so I have I'm going to copy this code also. Okay, so here I have a pretty large number, and this is my number, and I'm using number format function. Okay, so just a side note. So if you're using PHPStorm along with me, if you're using VS Code, that's not for you. If you're using PHPStorm by default suggests you the hints of the arguments. Okay, so when we are using function like number format, for example, so this suggests let me show you what I mean. So if we go to the hints and where it is, PHP argument hints, show parameter hints right here. Okay, so this will show you that gray text, decimals, des points, here also number, base, xparg. So that's just the names of the arguments the function called when the function was written. Okay, that tries at least to make things easier for you, to not get confused with what parameter is what. For example, for this po, so the first argument is the base and the second argument is the exponential value, not vice versa, for example. And that's in real project, that's really big advantage. Just I disabled that for sake of simplicity, and I'm going to disable it right now. But the initial installation comes with that hints, so don't get confused if you don't find the same hints on my screen. Okay, so and what does this number format does? So it accepts the number and several more arguments. The 2 basically means that I want to have 2 digits after the decimal point after formatting it. That dot means that I want to have dot as a decimal separator, and that comma means that I want to have comma as a thousand separator. Okay, so if I refresh in the browser, I see the thousand separator is comma, decimal separator is dot, and we see only 2 digits after the decimal separator. I can change this. For example, I can change the comma, the dot into comma, I can change comma into space, and I can also change this 2 into 3, and here is the result. Okay, that's just really cool function for formatting numbers. Okay, and I'm going to show you the link where you can find all functions working with numbers. So we cannot obviously explain everything in this crash course, even though if it won't be crash course, explaining all the things is not necessary, is not good thing. You need to check out things on your own. I will put the link in the video description where you can find all the functions working with numbers, like the ABS value, which I have explained, arc cosine, arc sine, and some of the cool stuffs also, which I haven't explained in this function list. Okay, and definitely check out the functions. Link will be in the video description, and you will find a lot of useful functions. And again, don't try to remember them, just have a look at what exists, and when you need it, you will remember, or you will just easily find because you know that it exists. Okay, so that's about functions. Let's move on and talk about strings. So let me close numbers, and we need to open now strings PHP. And here we have the plan of what we're going to do. So let's create really simple string, like for example hello string, and I'm going to write hello the codeholic. Okay, and I'm going to do the same thing, but in this case I'm going to write in the single quotes. Okay, so this is in double quotes, this is in single quotes, and PHP supports both. Let's call it hello2. Okay, and let's print just both hellos, echo hello, and let's append the BR. I will always append the BR to show them on a new line, hello2, and in the browser we see the same thing. Okay, now if I want to take the codeholic into a separate variable called name, okay, I'm going to put this inside the name, and I want to use the same name like twice. So first way to do this is to concatenate hello into name, and we can do the same thing, and I will see basically the same output, right? Okay, but when we write strings in double quotes, we have possibility to take the variable and write inside the string. Okay, however, if I write this variable inside the single quote string, that won't be evaluated. Let's have a look. So this one writes the codeholic, so it evaluates the variable when it's written in the double quotes and prints the value. This one simply doesn't evaluate the name variable and prints $sign and the name. So that's really important to know. Okay, so let me show you. We know how to concatenate strings, we have seen this. So let me write hello and concatenate it with world. Okay, all right, let's put BR right here, and this is hello world. We can concatenate strings as many times as we want, like we can print here end PHP, like end PHP. Okay, and we can concatenate strings with double quotes and single quotes. We can mix them if we want. That's absolutely fine. We can also like put this dot operator for concatenating strings into new line, and we can do just like this. That's absolutely fine, and that's okay. Okay, let's move on and talk about string variables. I'm going to comment this and talk about the string variables. I'm going to copy the code and put it right here, and let's start step by step. Okay, I'm going to comment all other functions and just leave this. So I'm printing here string, the like identifier to easily connect the code and the browser's output, and I'm using here the function working with strings. Okay, strlen, that simply calculates the length of the string. Okay, that trims the string and removes the white spaces. Okay, from both sides, from the left and from the right. That one trims and removes white spaces from the left side. However, this one, rtrim, removes white spaces from the right side. And let's have a look. So the first one returns 28, which is the length of the following string. Okay, it's 28 characters, and here it is also written. PHPStorm writes this. Okay, right here. So the trim removes the white spaces, and that one also removed the white spaces from the left. That one removed the white spaces from the right side, but they are displayed in the same way. That's because PHP actually, not PHP, but HTML doesn't care white spaces, so it treats all white space as a single one. If you want to make sure that this actually trims, we need to see it in the page source, and here it is. So we don't see any white spaces right here. We see white spaces on the right side because we removed right here white spaces from the left. and here we see white spaces on the left side. Okay, let's continue and show other functions like str word count that simply counts how many words we have in the string. That one reverses the string. Str to upper converts all characters into uppercase. Str to lower converts all characters into lowercase. We have UC first. This one converts the first letter of given number into uppercase. LC first converts the first letter into lowercase. We have UC words, which converts first letter of every word into uppercase. Okay, that's enough here, and have a look in the browser. We see right here 2, and that's the str word count. We have the reverse version of hello world. We have str to upper, we have str to lower, we have right here UC first, which converted this H into uppercase. We have LC first, and we have here hello world, which converted the H and the W into uppercase. Okay, let's continue and see str pos. That one searches the given string, the world inside the string variable, and right now, right here, it prints nothing. That's because there is no lowercase world in this string. Okay, this world is lowercase, this one is uppercase. Okay, so if I write here uppercase W, then this one finds the place and returns the position of this world in the given string. However, if I have lowercase world and I still want to search it inside the string, I need to use str_i_pos, which the I basically stands for the ignore case. Okay, and that will find that world and simply print the 10. Okay, and here we have a substring which takes the substring value from position 8 till the end basically, and that returns this whole world, and we can pass here like a 3, which will take only three characters, and that is okay. We have str replace, which returns which simply searches for the world in the given string and replaces it with PHP, and instead of hello world we will see hello PHP. And we have also stri replace, which basically ignores the case. So here we have uppercase W, and that's why it worked, but if it would be like lowercase w, it simply would not replace anything inside the string and would return like as it is written, hello world. But here, as we have like lowercase world and we have I replace, it searches that world and replaces it with PHP. Okay, let's go and talk about multi-line text and line breaks. Okay, I'm gonna no, before that, I'm gonna show you one really interesting thing also. Okay, so let's imagine that I have like a number 1, which will be 100, and I have number 2, which will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And let's imagine that they are invoice numbers, and I want to format them that they have the same length. And if necessary, I want to like write zeros in front of them to like fill with the same length. Okay, so I want to write this 0, 0, 0, 0, 100, and this one will be 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, in order they to have the same length. For this, I need to use strpad. Okay, it accepts the number. Okay, it accepts the length I want the string to make. Okay, I want to make this number 1 to have the length of 8, and then we pass here what padding string I want to use. I'm going to give it 0, and I need also to give whether I want to like add the zeros from the left, from the right, or from both sides. And for this I use strpad PHP constants. Okay, and here I see strpad left, strpad both, and strpad right. Okay, and I'm going to use left. I want to add zeros from the left side until it reaches the 8 of length. Okay, and let's put beer right here, and right here this is the output, and let's do the same thing for number 2. And this is the output. Okay, that's really cool method to format numbers in order to be like user friendly. Okay, and one last but not the least function I want to show you is str repeat. Okay, I'm going to give some string like world, for example, and I give the multiplier. I want this number to be repeated. Okay, and I'm going to give 3 right here with br, and that's it. So it repeated world 3 times. Okay, that's all about the numbers. Okay, let's comment this code and talk about multi-line PHP, multi-line texts. Okay, so I'm gonna copy the following code also right here, and that's some long text, and I have new lines. Hello, my name is Zura, I'm 27, I love my daughter. Okay, and I print that long text, and let's put also br right here, and in the browser I see that on a single line. Okay, if I enlarge it, I see it on a single line, because as I said, the HTML doesn't care white spaces. If we view the page source, we see that it is written as we have in the code, but HTML doesn't care white spaces, so that's it how it is. Okay, if I want to show that string as I have in the code, I need to use NL2BR function. So that stands for new line to break, and that will simply convert all new lines into PHP's BR tag, and that will display exactly as I want, and that's it. Okay, that's pretty cool. Okay, let's make things a little bit more complex, and let's imagine, let me copy the whole thing also and explain all of them. So now let's comment this code for now, and let's comment the upper code also for now. Okay, so here I have long text, the same text basically, just I have put Zura and 27 in B tags. Okay, and if I display right now this, let's print it. Okay, if I display right now, I see it as I expect. So I see that bold Zura and 27, but I see them on a single line, because simply I don't use that NL2BR function to convert the new lines into line breaks. Okay, so if I use that NL2BR function, okay, so I'm going to use that NL2BR function, and this is now how it looks like. So I see Zura and 27 into bold, and I see exactly as I want. So I see on a new line. But now imagine that I want to display that B as I have in the code, not in the bold, but I want to see B tags right here as an output. Okay, for this I have function HTML entities, which converts these less than and greater than symbols into their corresponding HTML entities. That's why I said that HTML is prerequisite of this course, that you need to know what is HTML entities. Okay, so let's save this and have a look. And this is how I see right now. I see that less than and greater than symbols, but I see them on a single line, and I want to see them as I have in the code. That's another thing, but if we view the page source, I see right here that the less than is converted into this, greater than is converted into this, and so on. Okay, so and if I want to display this code exactly as I have, I need to first call HTML entities to convert this one into entities, and then I need to call NL2BR to create line breaks right here in these places. Okay, I save this, and that's exactly I have the thing in my code. Okay, so that is cool. There is, if we convert like these less than and greater than symbols into entities, obviously we need a way to convert it back, right? So for this we have HTML entity decode, which simply converts that symbols into greater than, and that one into less than. Okay, so if I run first HTML entities and then I will run HTML entity decode, that will be the same as just printing the long text. Okay, I'm like converting back and forth, just like this, and this will be the output, and that output is the same one as we have like the first one. Okay, and we have another function, HTML special chars, which works in the same way as HTML entities. Okay, that converts that one into entities. Okay, so now let me copy this and show you how many string functions exist in PHP. There exist much more string functions than numbers. And again, don't try to remember them, but I strongly recommend to check it out. Just have a look at what functions exist. There are a lot of useful functions, a lot of ones which may need you, and you need to have at least look at it just to have an idea. And then later again, as I said, when you want it, you will remember them. I will put this link in the video description also. And that's all about strings. Let's move on and talk about arrays. Okay, so here I have opened arrays PHP, and we need to do the same thing in browser. So here it is. And this is the plan what we're going to do. So we're gonna go through all of this commented code and fill it with the actual code. Okay, arrays in PHP are just like arrays in other programming languages. They are just a variable which can contain a series of values. Okay, let's go ahead and create an array of fruits. Okay, and I'm gonna give here like apple, or let's start with banana. Then we have apple, and we have orange. Okay, and let's print the whole array. Okay, so I'm gonna use var dump to print the whole array of fruits, and this will be the result. So I see it in an ugly way. So it printed actually everything. It tells that it's an array of 3 elements. The first one is string 6 banana, second one is string 5 apple, third one is string 6 orange, but it's not really nice to look at this. So it prints nicely in the page source. It has all like white spaces there, but HTML like doesn't care about white spaces. So generally what I do, I print pre-tags in front of and before, in front of and after the var dump statement, and this is now how my code looks like. That's nice. And I also have like shortcut live template in my PHPStorm which prints this for me. So next time when I'm printing some value of the array, I will use that shortcut, so don't get confused. Okay, so here are our fruits, and this is the result. Okay, now let's print the first element of the fruits array, like echo fruits is 0, fruit is 0, and here it is banana. So we can access the same element in the same way the elements of apple and orange. In PHP, arrays start with index 0. This means that orange has index 2, and if we try to access index 3 element of the array, we don't have it, and that throws that undefined offset. Okay, so let's leave this into 0, and let's see how we can set elements. Okay, I want to set a new element in the fruits array on position like on position 0, for example, and let's call it a peach. Okay, and after this, if I try to print the whole fruits array, I will get the first one is peach, then we have apple and orange. Okay, so if I want to check if the array has element at index 2 or not, so before printing it, so I can check it with isSet function. Okay, so let's print it. isSet fruits at index 2, which obviously should return true because we have element at index 2, and that's orange. However, if we pass here 3, this returns false because we don't have any element at position 3. Okay, let's see how we can append elements in the array. Let's comment all this code to avoid any kind of confusion, and let's start writing fruits, and then we write square brackets, and that's it. So we can append right here like peach, for example. Okay, so we have initially banana, apple, and orange, and we're appending then peach right here, and let's dump fruits, and we see now we have 4 elements: banana, apple, orange, and peach. The one thing I haven't mentioned when declaring an array is that this is the one way of declaring an array, inside square brackets. Okay, so the square brackets is just another way, the standard way to declare an array, but we have another way, and we can do it with array word. Array, banana, apple, and orange, and then the closing parentheses. That's kind of old way, and I generally don't use this, but this still work and probably will work for a long time in PHP. So I generally declare arrays with square brackets, just in case if you met that array word declaration syntax, don't get confused, but because that still works really well. Okay, so we see how we can append an element in the array, and let's print now the whole length of the array. Okay, let's print echo count of fruits, and here we see 4. So if I want to add elements of the at the end of the array, so this is one way to do this, but we have another way, a special function for this, and it's called array push. Okay, array underscore push. We give the first argument array, and the second argument is the element I want to add in the array. Okay, and we can add one more pitch at the end of this array, and save this and have a look. And we don't print of the array obviously, so let's print fruits, and here we see pitch 2 times. Okay, if I want to remove element from the end of the array, I need to use array underscore pop. We give fruits array, and that removes that element and actually returns that removed element, but it also changes the fruits array's length, so it actually modifies the array. Okay, so let's dump fruits once again, and here we see the second page is not presented anymore. Okay, so if we want to add an element at the beginning of the array, we need to use array unshift. We give the fruits array, and we give the element like apple, for example. I want to add apple at the beginning also. If I want to remove an element from the beginning, I have for this array underscore shift. Okay, so we'll give the fruits array, and that removes that added apple. Okay, so if I have like a string and I want to convert that string into an array, I have special function for this, and let me copy this code and show this to you to be quicker. Okay, so banana, apple, and peach, they are comma separated string values, and I'm using explode, and that explode splits the string with the given separator. Okay, now this explode splits the string with comma. Okay, and that returns that array. Let's comment all other var dump statements for now to have a look, and this is the result of that var dump. If I have like array elements and I want to back combine them into string, I have function implode for this. Okay, and if I want to implode my fruits array into a string, I can implode them. I can give the glue, the comma, for example, I can give or ampersand, and I'm going to give fruits, and let's print this. Okay, .br, and here we see the concatenated fruits array. So I have another function. To print the whole array, and that's for arrays exactly. That's called print underscore r. And if we give fruits right here, that simply prints the whole array, but the same thing happens right here. So the white spaces are just not displayed, so we need to put this in the pre tag or just have a look in the page source, and this is how the array is printed. Okay, so that's I think nicer when we are working with the array, so we don't have that extra lines. Okay, so that's just for your information. I'm used to var dump and I'm always using it, so I'm going to use it also right here. So if I want to check if one particular element exists in array or not, I have a function for this, array in underscore array. We give this search element, and let's say that I search apple, and I'm curious if the apple is in the fruits array. Okay, and that will be evaluated into true or false, and obviously this will return true because the apple is definitely inside the fruits array. If I just want to search the element index in the array, I have to use array underscore search, and I give the apple again, and I give the fruits array, and that will return the index of the apple in the fruits array. And we can print this and have a look. And that returns 1 because apple exists, not this one, but let's print right here the initial fruits array, and we see apple exists on position 1 inside that array. Okay, if I have like several arrays and I want to merge them together, I have let me copy this array. I have functions for this. Okay, let me dump this, and I'm going to use array underscore merge, and I'm going to give fruits and vegetables, for example, and that finally will give me a single array. And here is the array. Okay, it merged. However, in PHP 7.4 we have version to merge the arrays in an easier way using spread operator. Okay, I'm going to use var dump also and create an array and use the spread operator for fruits and spread operator for vegetables. Okay, if your PHPStorm doesn't really understand what's going on right here, you just need to change your PHP language level into PHP 7.4. So I click this, it changes, and now it can understand what's going on. Okay, and I can print this, and the result is absolutely the same. Okay, it works in the same way. Okay, let's talk about how we can sort elements of the array. Okay, we have a function sort, as simple as this. So we give fruits, and that gives us the sorted version, and that modifies the array. It doesn't return new array, it modifies the fruits array. And after this, if I just dump fruits, I see that fruits are now sorted. First one is apple, second one is banana, then we have orange and peach. I have another functions, like rsort, which means reverse sort, and that will sort in a reverse order. And I have usort, which basically accepts a callback. Okay, some compare function. So we can give some compare function right here and compare our elements in just in the way we want. Okay, so let's talk about filter, map, and reduce, which exists in PHP also. Okay, so we have array. Let me copy this code also and explain it. Okay, that's better. So I have numbers right here, and I want to like filter numbers and take only evens. Okay, I use array filter function. The first argument is the numbers array. The next argument is the callback function, and the callback function takes each individual number, and I check in the callback function if the number is even, then return true, otherwise return false, and that finally gives the even numbers. And here's the result. We have 2, 4, 6, and 8. In PHP 7.4 we have arrow functions. We can replace that function with just fn and put an arrow right here, and we don't even need that curly braces. Okay, in fact, this is the code what we need. Okay, right here I replace it, and that does the same thing, and that's much easier to write and like easy to understand also, and the result is the same. Okay, let's talk about array map. Okay, so let's use the same numbers, and let's say that I want to map each number into its square. Okay, for this I will use array underscore map. I give here callback, and I'm going to use arrow function fn. Let's give fn. That's the first argument of the fn. We will accept n right here, and we will just return n multiplied on n. And the second argument will be the numbers. Okay, so that's the difference from array filter. Array filter first accepts numbers and then callback. Array map first accepts callback and then number. Okay, that's why I'm using PHPStorm. I can click Control and mouse and follow this and see what is the first argument, what is the second one, and I can do the same thing for array map. Okay, and that finally will return like a squares new array, and if we dump that squares, I have a typo, squares Okay, that will give me the new squares array. Okay, that's cool. And let's use array underscore reduce function to reduce the number of elements into a single one, and in this case let's calculate just the sum of the elements, like fn the carry. I will explain these things. Item, and let's use carry plus item. Okay, what this does is that it iterates over the numbers, takes each item and passes that fn callback, and also it passes that carry. Okay, and that carry is like an accumulator, so it collects the results of that one. Okay, so this array reduce is like a high order function, so you just need to be familiar with how high order functions work in other programming languages like in JavaScript. So if you don't have any idea how this works, like array reduce or array map or array filter, just I have a video on JavaScript for this, so you can just have an idea how they work, and simply then you will be like you will easily understand how you can interpret this in PHP. But that works fine, and that returns the sum of the all elements of the numbers. And let's have a look at the result, and here we see it's 36. Okay, so here I have link about all functions what exists regarding arrays, and again check them out. Don't try to remember them, and I will put the link in the video description. Okay, there are a lot of useful functions. Okay, let's go ahead and talk about associative arrays. Associative arrays basically is a key value pairs where some key corresponds to some value. Okay, and let's create person associative array. Okay, let's give it name to be bread, the surname to be to be Traversy. Let's give it an age of like 30, and the hobbies to be like I don't know, tennis and video games. Okay, so and let's print the person name. Okay, so we can access the name in this way, and let's print also beer right here, and here is the bread. Let me comment all other code what we have above. Okay, we have done working with normal arrays. Let's work with associative arrays. Okay, here I see bread, so if I want to access like age, I can print it in the same way, and I have that age. So if I want to, let's put this in the get area. If I want to set some value to person, like for example channel, okay, I'm going to do this Traversy media. Okay, I can easily do this. Person channel is Traversy media. If I want to check if the array has like a specific key or not, so I can use the same isSet function what I have mentioned before, like person's age, if it is set or not, and that will be evaluated into true. However, if I try to call person's address, okay, this will be evaluated into false. If I just want to print the keys of the person, I need to use let me print this array underscore keys. Okay, so we give here person, and that returns the keys of the person associative array, and here it is. The person has name, surname, age, hobbies, and channel. If I try to print the values of the associative array, I need to use array underscore values. I give the person, and that prints the values of the person. Bread, Traversy, here we have the age, here we have another sub array, tennis and video games, and we have Traversy media. Okay, so I also have possibility to sort the associative array by their keys or values or etc. Okay, so I can use ksort, give their person, and that will modify the person associative array. And if I dump the person right now, the whole person array, this will sort the person by keys. So first I have age, then I have channel, then hobbies, name and surname. Okay, so if I want to sort it by keys but in the reverse order, I need to use krsort, and that returns in the reverse order. I also have possibility to sort them by values. Okay, so like let's use a sort, and that will sort it by values. First will be bread, then will be traversy media, then will be number, and then we have the associative array. I also have possibility to sort it by reverse order, AR sort, and this is how I see it. So this AR sort is probably like more familiar with normal arrays, not probably with associative arrays, but it still works with associative arrays. Okay, so let me show you one last example about arrays, and that will be two-dimensional arrays. So I actually can have arrays inside arrays, and let's imagine the following case. I have TODO items, which is an array, and I can have some like TODO items right here as a string, but each TODO item has its own status and the text. Okay, so I'm gonna do sub arrays right here. Okay, so like a title of the TODO item will be item 1. It has also completed status, and the completed status will be true or false. Okay, and I can repeat the same thing multiple times. So I have TODO item 2, and it has completed status false. I have TODO item 3, and it has completed status true. And we can print this, obviously, these TODO items, and this will be the result. So we see an array of 3 elements, these ones, and each individual array is also each individual element is also an array, and it has 2 elements, title and completed. And that's all about arrays. Check out the link I will put in the video description. Okay, let's move on and talk about conditionals. I have opened conditionals PHP, and I have opened in the browser also, and let's start writing if-else statements. If you are absolutely new to programming, then you should be really careful. If you have experience previously working in another programming language, then that may be familiar for you, but there will be some things which are specific to PHP, so I still recommend to watch this part of the video. Okay, let's start with very basics, and I have created this age variable. I have prepared it, and let's write if statement. If my age equals to 25. Okay, I can directly write, okay, you are 25, and let's print the break also, and I get this output, you are 25. In PHP we have 3 equal operator also to check variable equality against some other value. And the difference between 2 equality and 3 equality is that 2 equality just checks the values, not the data types. 3 equality checks the value and the data type also. For example, if I change this into 2 equality, that obviously prints 25. If I change the 25 into string variable, that still prints 25. Okay. However, if I add this third equal symbol right now the age value is checked against not only the 25 value, but it's also checked against the type. And the age has type of integer, and this one has type of string. That's why the if condition won't be satisfied and it won't print anything, and here it is. Okay. So let's just for information to know the difference between 3 equality and 2 equality, and like you can use whichever you want. I generally use both of them depending on the scenario. Okay, just to understand how it works. Okay, let's talk about other like conditional testing operators, like greater than symbol, for example. If age is more than greater than 25, we can print you are not young. Okay, and we don't see any output right now because 25 obviously is not greater than 25. If we change this into 20, we won't see also anything. However, if we change this into 26 or above, like 29 for example, we will get you are not young. Okay, so we can like write another if statement. If age is less than 25, we can write you are young. Okay, just like this. And right now I will see you are not young, but let's change this into 20 and I will see you are young. So I have two different if statements which test two different cases, but we have obviously the possibility to use else statement. If age is greater than 25, I will print that you are not young, else I will print you are young. Let's comment this. And the else case, obviously in this case, like covers equal also. Okay, so if I change my age into 25, it will still print you are young, because it won't satisfy ages greater than 25, and it will satisfy else statement and it will print you are young. Okay, so let's continue and see like several conditions inside if statement. Okay, if for example age is less than 22, for example, and salary, let's create new variable salary. Salary equals to 300,000, for example, and if the salary equals, not equals, but probably is greater than like a 500,000, or let's do it less than 500,000. Okay, so let's do like this. If age is less than 25 and the salary is less than 500,000, then we can print you are young and not so rich. Okay, let's assume that 500,000 is not that much to be rich. Okay, so let's have a look at in the browser, and we don't see anything because our age obviously is not less than 22. So let's change this into 20. And now we see you are young and not so rich. Okay, let's create another if statement, or let's modify this if statement. If age is less than 22 and the salary is greater than 500,000, you are young and very rich. Okay, and if we come here and change this into 3 million, for example, we see you are young and very rich. Okay, let's test another condition with or statement. So if age, let me copy and paste and I just modify this. If age is less than 22, and here we need to use or operator, or the salary is greater than 500,000, let's comment this, then we can write you are young, this condition, or you are rich. Okay, and if either of these conditions will be satisfied, if either age is less than 22 or the salary is greater than 500,000, this will print you are young or you are rich. In this case, both of them satisfy these conditions, so obviously this will print the text, what we're expecting. If we change the age into 30, for example, the first condition is not satisfied, but the salary, which is 3 million, is greater than 500,000, so this will print the same thing. However, if we change this into 300,000 from 3 million and save this and run it, it doesn't print anything because neither of the conditions are satisfied. Okay, so let's comment this and talk about another case. If age is less than 22, for example, then we print, okay, just simply young, okay, with BR. Else, and here comes else if the age is less than 30, then we can print you are not young but not old. Okay, and that's the case if the first condition, actually, let me explain. If the first condition will be satisfied, it will print young. Okay, if the first condition won't be satisfied and the age is greater than 22, then it will be tested against second condition. If the age is less than 30. Okay, you are not young but not old. That case is basically means that age is in between 22 and 30. Okay, and we can like create another if statement if age is less than 60, and we can write you are old but not too old, something like this. And then the final else statement will cover every other like possible scenarios, and we can write here you are too old. Okay, so let's save this and have a look in the browser. Okay, we see you are old but not too old. That's because our age is exactly 30. And let's see what happens. So age, first it was tested in this condition and it doesn't satisfy this one. Then it comes here, it was tested against this condition and it was not satisfied. Also age was not less than 30. 30 obviously is not less than 30. Then it comes here, and here it was satisfied. Age was less than 16, and this was printed you are old but not too old. Okay, so if we change this into 28, for example, we will see you are not young but not old. Okay, so if we change this into like 80, we will get you are too old, and if we change this into like 20, we will see young. Okay, you are too young, something like this. Okay, so in the same scenario, we can add some additional parameters right here. Let me copy this code and show this to you. Okay, so we have salary and we have age, and here we're covering many different cases. So if age is less than 22 and the salary is greater than or equal 500,000, we'll see you are young, man, and rich. Okay. Let's just do like this. So I will change this into 600,000 and let's add here like a 28 and let's see the output. Okay, so we don't see any output that's because our if-else statements probably doesn't cover every possible scenario. Okay, so age was 28. We can have a look at this and understand why nothing was printed. Actually, that will be good thing to do it. If age was less than 22, and this obviously doesn't satisfy, so then it comes here, if age was less than 22, it also doesn't satisfy this case. Then we have here if age is greater than 60, and it also doesn't satisfy this case. Okay, age is in between 22 and 60. Okay, that's why it doesn't cover all possible cases. But if we change our age into 20, then it will come here if age is less than 20, and it will be it will satisfy this condition. Then it will be checked against the second condition, and that will be also true because 600,000 is greater than 500,000, and that will print you are young, man, and rich. If we change this age above 60, like 64, we'll see you are old but rich. Okay, and by changing the salary, we can satisfy other if-else statements. You just need probably you need to pause the video right here and observe the code. Okay, that comes with practice. If you are absolutely new to if-else statements, I'm talking about you. Okay, let me show you a ternary if operator, which exists in many programming languages and obviously in PHP, and we can do this by immediately outputting something when we're checking the condition. So if age, for example, is less than 22, then we put here question mark, and then we can write here young. Okay, and then for else statement we write colon and we write here not young. Okay, so that's like this. And after okay, let's save this and have a look, and we see not young because age is 65. Okay, cool. So that's if else statement. We can actually change this and have a nested ternary if operator. Okay, so if I'm less than 22, I'm young. Okay, if I'm not less than 22, I can put here another if else ternary if. Okay, if age is less than 30 question mark, then not young but not old, otherwise just simply write old. Okay, and we see old right now. If I put my age in between 22 and 30, then I will see not young but not old. Okay, so since PHP 7.2, we have possibility to use short ternary operator. Okay, so if I have if I want to create my age variable and assign it to age, so if age basically exists, then I want to take the age. If it doesn't exist, then I want to take 18, something like this. And when I print my age, it obviously prints the age because the age exists. Okay, inside if-else statements we can check if variable existence, so we can skip that comparison operators and we can just write, let me show this to you right here. So if age, and that age will be evaluated either true or false. Okay, that will be converted into Boolean. Okay, and age is some number, obviously it exists, and it will be evaluated into true. Okay, so here my age will be printed and it will be 28, but since PHP 7.1 we have, let me write 7.1, you will find this code on my GitHub, and I will put the link in the video description. I have said this before. So we can do like this. Let me duplicate this line. So my age equals age if it exists, and we can skip that second age, this one, and directly write here :18. So if age exists, it will take that age, otherwise it will take 18. And this is the result. Let's print my age. Okay, let's comment this code, let's comment this one also, and here it is. Okay, so we see it. What else I wanted to explain? Okay, so there is one great that's also added in PHP 7.1, I think. So that's called Null Coalescing operator. So we can check if the variable, so let me do also something like this. So address, for example, address equals to, let's do like this. My address will be if address exists, excuse me, if address exists, then take the address. If it doesn't exist, take the current location, or something like this. Okay, so obviously when I try to print my address, it will take the current location. I have a syntax error. Semicolon is always required, so I missed it. So here is current location. Let's comment my age. Okay, so it was tested. If address exists, take it, otherwise take the current location. There is a shorthand in PHP 7.1, I think. I'm not sure about this, but it works in current PHP. So we can do like this. Address, question mark, and the current location. So these two lines are actually equivalent. So the double question mark tests the variable's existence, okay, definition. And if it's defined, it will take that one. If it's not defined, it will take the current one, and we will see the current location. Okay. And in PHP 7.4, which is the current latest version, we have that null coalescing assignment operator. And let me show this to you. Just copying and pasting. Okay, so here we have person, associative array, and person has name, which is John. Okay, so we check right here. If person's name doesn't exist, let's make person's name anonymous. Okay, and let's just print the, not like this, let's just print the person name. Okay, so person name will be obviously John. Let's comment the address. It's John. Because the person name exists, that's why the if statement was not satisfied, and that wasn't satisfied also, that person's name is printed. So if I comment this line, the person's name doesn't exist, and it will like the if statement will be satisfied and the person's name will become anonymous. So we see anonymous right here. In PHP 7.4 we have shorthand version for this, and it's called Null Coalescing assignment operator. So we can comment this line and just write here person's name question mark equals anonymous, and that does the exact same thing. It will test the existence of person's name. If it exists, it will leave it. If it doesn't exist, it will assign anonymous there, and we see right here John. If I comment this line, I see anonymous. Okay, let's talk about the switch statement, which is like just another possibility to test the conditions. Okay, so let's say that I have a user role variable and it's called admin. Okay, and I want to write in my code different scenarios for different roles. Okay, I will write switch and I will pass here user role, and then I will write different cases. If case is admin, then we need to do it colon right here. Then we need to do it different, like you are admin. Okay, and we need to write here break. Okay, so to stop the switch statement, it doesn't continue. We can write another case. If the role is editor, then we can write you can edit articles. Okay, and let's write break here, and we can write as many cases as we want, but finally we need to write default. So if none of the cases were satisfied, if the user role is neither admin nor editor, then it comes right here, and we can write unknown role. Okay, and that's basically it. So let's refresh the page. Let's comment this code also, and let's refresh the page, and it tells you are admin. If I change this into admin 2, that role actually is not handled in our switch case statement, and we see unknown role. If I change this into editor, I see you can edit articles. Okay, so that's all about if, else, and switch statements. I covered it like from basics till the end. Okay, so let's move on and talk about loops. I'm going to open loops PHP and do the same thing in browser. Okay, so here are the things what we're going to cover. While loop. So the while loop syntax is the following. We need to write while, then here we write some condition, and then we write curly braces, and this is the place where we can do some things, like do some things. Okay, inside the while loop, like we need to write any valid condition, for example like true. Okay, don't run this because that will crash your browser. That basically is an infinite loop, and that will constantly do something and probably crash your browser. Okay, so we need some condition which will at least like stop it. Okay, so let me show you a more realistic example. Let's create a counter, assign 0 to it, and let's write while loop. While counter is less than 10, we print something. Okay, counter and the counter variable value. Okay, but we need to increase the counter, otherwise the counter will always be 0. Okay, so let's increase the counter, and after 10th iteration this loop will stop because counter will reach to the 10. 10 is not less than 10, and this will stop. Let's comment this code and let's run it. Okay, so we see counter 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. So if I want to stop my while loop in between and don't wait until this condition will be wrong, I can write if counter, for example, is greater than 5, then I can like manually break my my while loop. Okay, that will stop the while loop, and we can see it. So after the counter reached 6, then it was stopped. If I put here if my counter is greater than equal to 5, then this will stop right here. Okay, actually I can skip that curly braces in the if statements or in the like while loop even if I don't want to have multiple operations. Okay, So if counter is greater than 5, let's break it. We can like create a new variable right here, loop which equals to true, and we can put that loop in the while loop, then do this constantly. Let's comment this code, and instead we can like change it in this way. If the counter is greater than 10, we can set loop into false. Okay, that will do the same thing. Okay, let's see in the browser. Okay, it starts iterating and loop is true from the beginning, then it reaches the 10, loop sets to false, and then the while loop won't be satisfied and it will stop. Okay, let's talk about another while loop, which is actually do while. So the difference between while and do while is that in case of do while, the the operation basically which is done in the loop body will be done at least once. Okay, so I'm gonna do like this. So the counter equals to 10. Okay, and do echo counter just like this while counter is less than 10. And if we comment the previous while loop, my counter is not written correctly. So here it is. So counter equals to 10, and this will print counter until counter is less than 10. And obviously this won't be satisfied on the very first iteration, right? So 10 is not less than 10. We can change this even 20, and 20 is not less than 10. But this echo statement will be printed at least once, and only once in this case, because first it's printing something and then it is checking. And in some cases, do while loop is preferable than while loop. So depending on your case, you need to just know both of them, obviously. And depending on your case, you need to decide which one you prefer to use. Okay, let's talk about for loop. And really often we need to manage our index, like counter, for example, right here or right here. And that's the index of each iteration of the loop. And because really often we need to like manage that index, the for loop was created exactly for this. So I'm going to create I, for example, variable inside the for loop. The for loop basically consists of three segments in the parentheses. I, and this is the variable declaration. So if I equals to 0, so that's the initial thing what happens, then if the I is less than 10, repeat the for loop until I is less than 10. Okay, and after the end of every iteration, increase I by 1. Okay, and here we can write anything like what we want, counter, and we can print I. Okay, so let me repeat this. So initially when the for loop starts working, this statement will be satisfied and I variable will be declared. Then it will be checked against the condition. If I is less than 10, then this thing will happen and everything what is written inside the curly braces, and at the end of these statements what is written inside the curly braces, then I will be increased by 1. And then again this condition will be checked, this will be printed, I will be increased 1, this condition will be checked, and so on. Okay, so if I save this, comment the while loop, come here and refresh, I see the same result. Okay, I is 0, and while I is less than 10, the following thing is printed. If our initial assignment will be changed and I will be assigned to 1, then we will have different output from 1 to 9. Okay, so let's move on and talk about for each. The for each is created for iterating over the array. Okay, so let me create one array, or let me copy and paste, better will be, and we'll save some time. So I have fruits array, banana, apple, and orange, and I want to iterate over my fruits. Okay, for this I use for each, and right here I don't manage explicitly my index. Instead I use fruits as I corresponds to fruit, and here the I stands for the index. Okay, if I want, I can completely remove that I and don't use it in my for loop, and that will simply print all fruits. However, if I want to use the index in my loop also, I can use it just like this. Okay, and this will print the corresponding I index. The for loop is also really convenient when iterating over associative array, and let me show this to you. So I have here person associative object, name, bread, surname, traversy, age 30, and hobbies, and I want to iterate over this associative array. Okay, so I can iterate person as key corresponds to some value. Okay, and key will be name, surname, age, and hobbies. Value will be bread, traversy, 30, in this array. Okay, and I can print like value, for example, and let's put br. And here I see bread, traversy, 30, and here is the thing. So the last value of this associative array is array, and array to string conversion. So we're printing array with echo, which is not really like valid thing. It can't happen. So that's why we see that notice. So we can break our loop right here. If key corresponds to hobbies, we can immediately break the loop, and it won't print the last thing. And here we see. Okay, so let's move on and talk about functions. Let me open this function. And here it is. So, okay, now let me create a function. So what is a function in general if you're new to programming? So function is a reusable piece of code. Okay, so you can write the code once and repeat it as many times as you want in your application. The functions can have arguments also, and the arguments slightly change the working behavior of the function. Okay, let's start with a very simple function, and let's say that I want to print just hello, I am the codeholic. Okay, so I'm going to create function hello, and this is the syntax how you can create function keyword and function name, parentheses, and the curly braces. And here I will print hello, I am the codeholic. Okay, and let's put beer as always. So this is my reusable piece of code, this one. And next time, if I want to print hello, I'm the codeholic several times, I will call my function like this: hello, parentheses, and that's it. So if I want to repeat many times hello, I'm the codeholic, I will repeat this function execution many times, and this will be the output. Okay, so instead of repeating this code 3 times, just like this, so it's much more convenient to write that short code. Okay, so that's the basics of function. Okay, if I want to give name as an argument, for example, if I want to accept name right here and use that name. Okay, so hello, I am, and some name. Okay, I'm going to use that name. Okay, and here when I call hello, I can pass once the codeholic, the codeholic. Second time I can pass traversy media, and third time I can pass the net ninja. Okay, and when I save and refresh, I see hello, I am the codeholic, traversy media, net ninja 3 times. So the behavior of the function is the same. It's written once, but it works slightly differently. It gives slightly different output depending on the argument what we give. Okay, so let's create sum of 2 functions. Function sum, we give here a and b, and we want to calculate the sum of these 2 numbers. Okay, let's print a plus b. Okay, and let's call sum, pass there 4 and 5, and that will simply print 9 right here. Okay, sometimes we just don't want to print anything from the function. We just want to return the value from the function. Okay, so in this case I need to change my echo into return, and when the function is executed, it will return the value. Okay, so here I can create some variable and assign it to the result of the function, and in this case sum will be 9, and here it is. Let's comment this code. Okay, since PHP 7 we have possibility to accept all the arguments given to the function. Okay, so I'm going to create a different version of the sum function. Okay, function sum, but in this case it will accept argument with 3-dot notation. Okay, that will be like numbers, for example. Let's say that we are accepting their numbers, and actually that will be converted into an array of numbers. So let's just dump the numbers. Okay, so here I'm calling my sum function, passing there 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, and let's see the output in the browser. I see right here array of given numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay, and these are this 3-dot actually creates it as an array, so takes all the arguments and puts in an array. Let's say that I want to create a sum of all given numbers, so I have like two ways to do this. Either I can write a for loop, or either I can use array reduce. Okay, so let me just quickly take that code, put it right here to save some time, and here it is. So initial sum is 0. For each numbers, I'm iterating over the numbers, received numbers, and adding into the sum and returning sum. And we can assign it to a variable and print the sum. Okay, and here it is. So 15. We can also change the whole thing into array reduce. Okay, so which will accept the numbers, and it will accept also callback function, where we get the n, and we just return n. So we need to right here take the carry also and the n, and we just need to return carry plus n. Okay, and here it is. It's still we just need to return, my bad. So, and here it is. It's still 15. Okay, so these are basically arrow functions. This thing which we covered in the array section, which was added in PHP 7.4. So if you are working in a lower version than PHP 7.4, don't use the arrow functions because it just won't work. Okay, so let's talk about dates. Let's open dates PHP, and here we have it. Okay, so in PHP we have a couple of functions working with dates. We have a lot of functions in PHP actually. So let's print the current timestamp from the 1970 1st of January midnight. So every timestamp is basically calculated from 1970 1st of January, and in PHP the time function will return that timestamp. Okay, and let's print it. And that's the timestamp, but the timestamp generally is not really readable for the user. Okay, so we need to show user some like user-friendly date. Okay, so we need to use echo date, and here we pass the format. Okay, so like I'm going to use the format right now, then I'm going to explain what it does. Y, M, D, H, I, and S, lowercase s. And I will explain this right now. And here it is. So that's the current time. Okay. So let's refresh it, and we see the seconds are increased. So 2020, February of 15, and that's the time. Okay. And the seconds are increased. So in PHP, we have like a lot of options to format the dates, and this just prints the current year. Then we print dash, we print month, with that dash, and then we print day. This will be hour in 24-hour format. This will be minute, and this will be second. Okay. So if I want to print yesterday's time, the same time yesterday. Okay. So I need to use echo date. So basically I need to print the same format. Okay, let me just copy and paste this. But the date function accepts second argument, which is the timestamp. So if I pass here the current timestamp, that does the same thing. Okay, that prints the exact same date. But if I subtract like minus 60, so that means I'm subtracting 60 seconds from the current time, and that obviously writes different time 1 minute before the current time. Okay, if I want to print yesterday's current time, then I need to multiply 60 by 60, and that gives me like a 1 hour difference, and that should be multiplied on 24, which gives me 24-hour difference. okay, and that will be yesterday's at the same time. Okay, so let's open this link. I'm not going to explain every possible formatting features in PHP, but I'm going to show where you can find this. So this is the link. The link will be can be found in the video description. Definitely check it out. And here are some formatting possibilities. Okay, so lowercase d formats day of month from 0 to 31. We have J, which also is day of month, but it's printing 1 to 31. Okay, this prints 0, 1, 0 to 0, 3. This just prints 1 to 3. Okay, I strongly recommend to check out the link, have a look how it works. I hope you are writing along with me, so just take the copy the symbols, put it in your date formatting code, just have a look how it is outputted. Okay, that's get your hands dirty. Okay, so let's move on, and I want to show you another option. Let me show this to you quickly. I'm going to copy that one also. Okay, this is another format, and let's have a look. So this uppercase F formats the month name, then we have the J, which is the day of the month, 15, then we have YAR, and the hours are the same. Okay, so we have another function working with dates, and that's called str to time, and that accepts the time as a string. Okay, so if I pass now right here, that gives the following output. So that gives us the timestamp. So if I give like a +1 day, +1 day, that gives the timestamp 1 day plus the current time. Okay, and we can also give here like 1 week plus 1 week, and that gives different timestamp. And then we can take that timestamp and put it in the date formatting function, and this will be the output right here, 22 of February. Okay, so if you want to see the full possible strings what we have right here, check out the str to time PHP function, and you will see a lot of things there. And again, you can just write in this Google or in the video description, and you will find some good examples right here. Okay, so let's move on, and now I want to show you how we can parse the date. Okay, so for this I'm gonna copy also the code, put here, and look at this. So I have date as a string, and it's like 2026 of February at that time, and I'm calling date parse. Let me comment everything else. Okay, and when I print date parse result, this is how it works. We have YAR, we have array actually. We have YAR, month, day, hour, minute, second, fraction, warnings, and some other stuff is local time, false. Okay, so if we want to take just the current hour and minute and second, we can easily take this. If we just want to take the month and the year, we can easily take from this associative array, and that's pretty cool, I think. And we also have possibility to apply our own custom formatting when we want to parse the date. Okay, and by the way, if you are interested to see more, just click the following link, which will be in the code. Okay, let me copy another code, which is the last thing about dates. Let's comment this one, and here I have date string in a different format, February 4, 2020, just like this. And I can use date parse from format. Okay, here I'm just using date parse, which parses with default format, and this is the default format. But if I have in a different format, I can call the date parse from format function. First argument will be the format, and the second argument will be the date string itself, and that basically will give us the same type of output. Okay, again, check out more in the following links, and yeah, that's it about days. If you like my videos, just hit the like and subscribe buttons, and let's move on and talk about more interesting stuff which is related to only PHP, and let's move on about super globals and form submission and things like that. Okay, so let's continue and go to the super globals, and let's have a look at the server. So this is the really simple thing. I will just quickly show this to you. Go to super globals, server PHP, and that is. Okay, let's put here pretext underscore server, and let's have a look what this actually is. Okay, so the super global $, basically in PHP there exists several super global variables, and underscore, the $, underscore, and the server is one of them. Every super global starts with $ and underscore, and all of them are in uppercase. Okay, and that server prints every information it has about the server. Okay, so it has MySQL, home, it has like browser, HTTP user agent, the browser we are using. It has the PHP file which is currently executed. It has the like path variable where everything about the path, where the Windows CMDs and things like that. It has a lot of things. And the server variable is really like as far as it contains a lot of information, you should avoid printing it to the user, because from the server variable user can guess a lot of things. Okay, so this is the server signature, for example. So what server we have, what PHP version we have, like on which port is it running, and that information will be really good for hackers to attack your website and to like find the weak points on your website. Okay, HTTP referrer is where the from which URL we came on this URL where we are right now. And we have HTTP cookie, which has only PHP session ID right there, and we have here server port, which is like port 80. This is the default port on which the XAMPP Apache is running. And we have HTTP, that the schema is HTTP, not HTTPS, and things like that. We have document root, which is htdocs, and so on. So check out the following like server variable output, and just know more about this. If you just like don't understand everything by yourself, just type in Google PHP underscore server. Okay, so you have to work on your own in order to like master in PHP, that's for sure. So let's move on, and let's see how we can work with the get data. Okay, so I'm gonna open now the super globals get and post and get search form. Okay, and that's the form we're gonna work on this particular section. Okay, so we have really simple search form. We type something there, hit the search button. It doesn't actually do anything except one thing. So in the URL, as you observe, we now have keyword equals to the given one. Okay, so without that question mark and anything, the form looks like this. As soon as we type something there, like PHP, for example, hit the enter button, in the URL we see question mark keyword equals to PHP, and that's called query parameters. So everything after question mark is a query parameter, and in this case the keyword is the query parameter name, and PHP is the query parameter value. So if we we can have multiple query parameters by separated by and symbol. Okay, so and like a keyword equals to PHP, and for example like version equals to 1.2, just an example. Okay, so these are two different query parameters, and we can always access query parameters in PHP using super global get. Okay, so let me show you. So we have super global get, and let's just simply print everything what is inside that super global get. Okay, and here it is. So we have keyword corresponds to PHP and version corresponds to 1.2. That's an associative array. Okay, that's cool. So now what happens? So if I delete that query parameters and hit the enter, my query parameters array, my get super global, is empty. If I start typing something there, like as I said, PHP, then in the get we have keyword corresponds to PHP. And what is that keyword? Where does it come from? We have really simple HTML form. As I said, we have a method set to get, we have input there, and the input has name, and that name is used for the query parameter name keyword. If I change something here and call it like search, for example, and let me type here PHP, let's repeat this, and here I see search. Okay. Okay, so now let's access that keyword, get that keyword, and like after we get the keyword, we can make some search in the database or things like that. So we basically, in this video, we're just gonna take the keyword, not in this video, but in this section. Okay, so let's take the keyword equals to super global get keyword keyword, and then we can print the keyword. Okay, so the name, let's change back to keyword, let's refresh it, and here's the thing. So on the first page load, when there's nothing in the query, in the URL, no query parameters, then the get is empty and we try to get the keyword, but it doesn't exist in the get. Okay, so as soon as I type something there, hit the search, then the warning disappears and my keyword is printed, but before that it shows that notice error. So we need to check, so we just don't want to take from get, we need to check if inside the super global get keyword exists. In this case we can take that keyword and print it. Okay, so in this case we need that echo to be inside the set. That's cool. So when we first open the page we don't see anything. Let's comment this get. We don't see anything. As soon as I type something there like my keyword, then I see that keyword printed right here. Okay, and here we have the keyword, not here, but here we have the keyword, and we can optionally make a request to the database by that keyword or something like this. Okay, do whatever is necessary with keyword. Okay, that's cool. Let me collapse the right side. Okay, and one good addition to this everything will be that we take the keyword and when we search something, assign it back into the input. Okay, so value of the input equals PHP opening and closing tags keyword. Okay, echo keyword, just like this. And that's good, but the thing is that if the keyword doesn't exist, that will work in this case and we see the keyword in the search form, but if there is no query parameter in the URL, in this case keyword doesn't exist and the value becomes that error undefined variable keyword, which is obviously really bad. So we need to declare keyword as an empty string right here. If it exists then it will be assigned. We can completely remove that echo, and now that's it. So we type PHP right there. We can do some search, but we leave the PHP in the search box. Okay, so that's all about get, super global get. Let's move on and see how we can work with post data. I have opened that registration for PHP in my PHPStorm and in the browser as well. Let me collapse the left area, and this is very simple form I have prepared, and the only new thing what I have here is that I am including Bootstrap CSS. So if you have any experience previously working with frontend, probably you know what is Bootstrap. That's just CSS framework, and I'm including one CSS file which gives nice styling to my form. Nice button, nice input fields, nice texts. Nothing special right here. Just there are a couple of classes which are specific to the Bootstrap and I'm using that classes. Okay, I created a layout, so I have first name, I have username and email next to each other in a single row. I have password and password repeat also in a single row next to each other, and I have that CSV link which just occupies the whole width, and I have that nice button, and that classes are what gives that nice styling. Form control gives nice styling to inputs, btn primary gives nice styling to button, and form group is necessary form for like grouping for each individual inputs with a label and input. Okay, so nothing special right here. And I have form around everything, which has empty action, and it has method post. That's the important thing, method post. Previously in our search form, we had method get, which sends the information in the URL. And here's one important thing to know. The method get is used when you want to send, not send, but generally when you want to get data from the database. Okay, so sending data using get is not really secure way. Okay, and you should only use get method for sending data when the data you actually sent is not really secure and important. Okay, so if you're searching something and you are sending search keyword, for this get method is okay, but sending username and password using method get is not okay, because that's really big security problem. So for sending some data like username and password, we need to use method post, and that's exactly what I'm going to use in this section. So we're going to create a registration form validation. Okay, so we're going to submit that form, take that values. If the values is not valid, then we're going to show the errors to the user, and finally we will have all the values what we need, which we can like save in the database or do some other things. That's not the part of the section. We will touch about this in the next sections. Okay, so let's start, and first of all let me show you what is the result of the super global $_ in the post. Okay, so when we refresh the page, the post is empty because we haven't sent anything yet to the server. Okay, cool. Now let's fill up the form like we write here. John, email will be john@example.com. john@example.com. Let's give it simple password and some link. Let's write some dumb information there for now. Click the register button. Okay, here's what happens. So here I have all the post information that was sent from the browser. We have username, we have email, password confirm, CV, URL. And that keys again are taken from the names of the input fields. Okay, so the username, all the input fields basically have the name, like username has email, has password, and so on. So that's, I think, really obvious, and I hope it makes sense. Okay, so after this we need to start a validation. Okay, so if we don't have like username filled up, we need to show a warning to the user or make the username field red that, hey, you need to fill up the username. Okay, if email is not filled up, we need to show that you need to fill up the email. If the email is filled up but it's not like proper email format, we need to also show error for this. Okay, and we need to do all these things. First of all, this page is executed even when we are accessing the page very first time. Okay, so we need to write our own validation logic when this page is executed with request method post. Okay, so for this we need to check inside the super global server we have request method. Okay, and we need to check if the request method equals to post, then that's the place where we need to handle it. Okay, for example, that's the place where we need to print the whole post data. Okay, let's save this and go to the browser and refresh the page, and I don't see anything printed right here because the request method was get. If I just click the register button, even though the form is empty, it's already post. Okay, it submitted the form with empty values. Username empty, email empty, everything is empty. Okay, now we need to start actually validation. First, we need to start getting the input from the user. Okay, so like username equals, for example, post/username. So we need to get the username, and we can simply, let's dump this username right here. Okay, let's continue the form submission, and here is my username. Okay, so we need to do a couple of other things when we get the input from the user. Okay, so we need to remove some additional characters from the input to secure our application. For example, we need to call strip slashes, which will remove all unnecessary slashes from our username, and probably we need to also call HTML special characters, which gives us possibility to avoid XSS cross-site request forgery. Okay. Okay, so let's run this HTML special chars, and let's take the username and print it, and the result basically will be the same. We have right now empty username. But the thing is that if we write here some script tag like script and alert, okay, just like this, and we hit the submit. Okay, and it shows that when we submit the form, it throws that alert. That's because we are printing the whole post information. Okay, let's comment the whole post information, and let's resubmit the form, and we don't see that alert anymore. That's because we secured our application with these two functions, HTML special chars and strip slashes. So if I remove that HTML special chars and just resubmit the form just like this, the username will have that script tag inside it, and when we print the username, it will trigger that alert. Okay, we need to avoid this, and we need to basically pass every variable which is received from the post into HTML special chars. Okay, let's create really simple helper function post data. Okay, which post data, which will accept the field post field name, and what we will do right here, first we need to check if that field exists in the post. Okay, let's check it with is set. If the field is not set in the post, let's immediately return false. If it exists in the post, we get that data, that post data. We can actually do this using PHP 7.4 syntax also. Okay, so we can do like this: post at field question mark equals false. Okay, so just like this, just we don't need any space right here. So that means that take the post's value for this field. If it exists, if it doesn't exist, assign false to it. Okay, but we still need to call that HTML special chars and strip slashes methods. Okay, so let's take this code right here, and I'm going to change this into post data and pass here username. Okay, so that will finally return really secure username from that function. Okay, and what we can do right here is that we can actually remove all these things and call HTML special chars and strip slashes, and right here we can pass the post at field. Okay, and we can pass here like empty string to avoid any kind of warnings, because the strip slashes will be applied to the this one. And that if that's false, strip slashes may not be applied to false, and it may show warning. Let's return this, and right now our username is like really secure username. Okay, we don't have any issues about this. So if we again remove that function and refresh the browser, we see that alert. Okay, cool. And we need to do the same thing for email, password confirm, and CV link. Okay, let's repeat this a couple of times. We have let's do this using multi-cursor. Okay, so we have here email, we have here password. We need to do the same thing for we need to do the same thing for password repeat. It doesn't really work as I expect. How does the field called? It's called password confirm, and we have CV URL. Okay, password confirm. Let's take that password confirm and put it right here, and we have CV URL. So we get all these values. And let's print that values, username. Let's print email, password, first plain password, then password confirm, and then CV URL. Okay, and let's fill up the form, John, or let's fill up with dummy data first. It doesn't really matter for now. Click the register, and we see all these fields which was provided. Okay, that's cool. So we get the data, and the data is like really secure. It doesn't contain any XSS vulnerability code. Okay, let's continue. Now we need to start validation. Okay, what if the username was not submitted? Okay, if the username doesn't exist, then we need to show the error to the user. But we need to show error of email, of password also. So we need to gather that that errors somewhere. Okay, so let's create an errors variable in the global scope. Okay, so errors, that's going to be an associative array. If username doesn't exist, inside errors for field username, we can put there this field is required. Okay, and we can do the same thing if email doesn't exist. If email doesn't exist, we can do the similar. Okay, this field is required, and actually we can take that error message because we are repeating it twice and create a constant for this. Okay, so let's define constant and let's give it a name like required field error. Okay, and it's going to be this field is required, and I'm going to use now this constant for email also, and let's use let's check if the password is provided. We do something similar. Right here we have password, and let's repeat this 2 more times. One will be for password password confirm. If password confirm is not provided, we just need not right here. Okay, if password confirm is not provided, we show the error. If CV URL is not provided, we show an error for CV URL. Okay, and we need to show that error somewhere, right? So of course we can print this as a var dump, but that's not really like nice way to show the errors to the user. We need to show it in best case I want to show this under the field, okay, in a red text. Okay, and Bootstrap actually has special classes for this. Okay, so if I want to show an error under the username, I would do something like this. I would create a div, give it a class, and let's call it the class must be invalid feedback. Okay, and whenever the input has class is invalid, that will make the input red, and that will show that error. Okay, something. Let's see the result, and here it is. So the input field is actually red, and it shows that something. We need to, this is right now hard-coded of course, but we need to create the same scenario when there exists error in the username field. Okay, so we need to take that class and write PHP tag. So if let's call is set, if inside errors username exists, if there exists an error for username, we need to output is invalid class to the input. Otherwise we just don't output anything, and we need to write here echo. Okay, so if there is any error on the username, we add is invalid class to the input. Okay, and we also print right here errors username. Okay. Okay, cool. So let's reload the page, and that doesn't do anything. It doesn't show the error. And let's move up and let's see what happens. So the reason is that the username is actually provided. Okay, so let's hit the enter and submit the empty form. And in this case, username became a red. Okay, because it was empty. In the errors for username key, the error was set, and here we output the error, and we see here this field is required. Okay, so here we also need to check if the error exists in the username. Otherwise, if there is no error for the username, if we inspect that code right here in the invalid feedback, we see notice undefined index username inside errors. Errors doesn't have username there. That's why it just this invalid feedback div is not visible in the browser, but this PHP notice warning error is there. Okay, so we need to do like this, probably question mark, and empty string. Okay, if errors exist, output that error. If it doesn't exist, output an empty string. And we need to do the same thing right here. Okay, instead of that long is set. If username no, that's not the case. I'm sorry, that's not the case. So if error exists in the username, we need to output is invalid class, not whatever is written inside the error's username. Okay, right now if we inspect that section, is invalid feedback div is empty, and that's what we want. Okay, however, if I open the form and submit an empty form, I see that this field is required error, and I need to do the same thing for every other field. Okay, so I'm going to quickly copy this is set code, go to every form control field and add there. Okay, so we're done, and I'm also going to copy that invalid feedback div and copy and paste for every field also. Just I need to update few things right here. So this one has name CVURL, so I need to use that CVURL right here and right here. This one has password confirm, so I need to use password confirm. This one has password. This one has email. Okay, so let's close the developer tools and let's submit empty form. And we see errors on every field, which is the first step and which works fine. Okay, now what happens if the email is provided, right? This one, but it's not valid email. Okay, so we need to show an error for this also. Okay, we need to write if the email is not provided, we have that error, but if the email is provided, else if email is provided, then we need to check if the email is valid email address. Okay, and for this I'm going to use filter underscore var PHP's function, which accepts first argument the email itself, the input which I want to check or filter, and the next argument is basically PHP's constant. Okay, so PHP has several types of constants for filter var function. One is for validation, second var is for filtering the input, which means removing some like unnecessary characters and things like that. Okay, so for filter var, I'm going to right now use filter validate email constant. Okay, and I'm going to put here not sign. Okay, so if this will basically check the email field's value against whether it's valid email or not. And if it's not valid email address, we put right here an error. Email must, or this field must be a valid email address. Okay, so let's refresh the page, and we see an error this field must be valid email address. Okay, let's take care of the username also. It has some restriction. It should be minimum 6 and maximum 16 characters, and we need to take care of this. So if username exists, then we need to check if the str length, the length of the username, is less than 6, or if its length is greater than 16, str length, excuse me, of username is greater than 16, then we need to show also error for username. Username must be in between 6 and 16 characters. Okay, cool. Now let's submit the form. We have actually errors for everyone, but for email we have different error. Let's fill up something in the username, 2 letters, and we see different error. Username must be in between 6 and 16 characters. So if I put there 6 characters at least, okay, that's already valid username, and I don't see any red on the username. If I put some valid email address, that's also valid email address, and I don't see anything on the email. Okay, so let's do all of them together. Okay, username and email and register, and I don't see username and email errors anymore. Okay, that's pretty cool. Let's continue about password and password confirm. Okay, so password and password confirm must match each other when they are provided. Okay, so if I fill something right there, they must be like the same. Also one good thing which we need to do. So when I fill the form and hit the register button, I lose the information when there's validation error. Okay, so if I fill up the username, if I fill up the email and hit the submit button, I see validation errors, but I lost that information. Okay, I want to save this information and pre-fill the form. Okay, so let me do like this. I'm going to describe right here in the global scope username as an empty string, email as an empty string. We have password as an empty string, password confirm, and CV URL. Okay, so I have defined these values initially, and if it's not post, I defined that if it's not post. Okay, so I'm going to take now these values and assign it back to the input field right here. Okay, so we need to write here value equals to username. Okay, and do the same thing for other fields, like here value equals to email, here value equals to password, and here value equals to password confirm, and here the value, let's paste, the value equals for CV URL. Okay, so that's really good. Now if I fill up the form and type some information there, even password and password confirm, but they don't match each other, and I click the register button, I have them pre-filled. That's good improvement. Okay, so I have username, email, and I just need to fix my password and password confirm right now. Okay, so let's move up in the validation area, go inside the post, not here but here, and I need to check right now if password exists and password confirm both exists, and we need to compare now these two passwords. Okay, and for this I'm going to use strcmp function, okay, which is for comparison, okay, of two strings. Okay, if password and password confirm, and that function returns -1, 1, or 0. To be more precise, negative number or positive number or 0. So this will return negative number if the password is like alphabetically less than the password confirm, which we actually don't care. We just need to check if the password and password confirm is not each other, so is not the same. So we need to check if the strcmp returns other value than 0. Then we need to write inside errors for the, let's make it for the password field. Okay, under the password we need to show or we need to show, let's better to show under the confirm password. Okay, this must match the password field. Okay, so let's repeat the form submission, and I see now this error. This must match the password field. Okay, so if I fill up now 1 2 3 4 right here, 1 2 3 4 also right here, hit the register, the error disappears. However, if I change the repeat password, now I see that this must match the password field, which is cool. Now the last thing what we need to do is CV link. Okay, we need to check if it's a valid URL, and for this we also need to use filter var. Okay, so if the CV URL exists, then we need to check. Okay, we can make also like the CV URL optional. That's also an interesting scenario. Okay, so let's don't make this required, but let's make it optional. But as soon as this is provided, we need to make sure that it's valid URL. Okay, so let's comment this code for now and refresh the page, and we shouldn't see any validation on the CV link, which is okay. But as soon as if it's provided, then it must be valid URL, and that's what we need to check. Okay, so let's modify our if statement slightly. So if CV URL exists, and in this case it must be valid URL. So, and if it's not a valid URL, let's do like this. If it's not a valid URL, and for this we need to use filter validate URL constant. Okay, so if CV URL exists and it's not a valid URL, then we need to write here, please provide a valid link. Okay, and let's reload this form submission, and here it is. We see please provide a valid link. However, if we type here http:/example.com myCV, let's hit the register, that's valid URL, and it doesn't show any validation error. Okay, so we can remove that var_dom statement completely, and I think that's enough for this video form submission using post and validation. Okay, so now we have all 5 variables: username, email, password, password repeat, and CSV, and we can do whatever we want. We are sure that the validation works, and here we need to write an if statement if the errors array is empty. Okay, if nothing was written inside errors, this is the place where we need to like save the post data somewhere. Okay, if the errors information is empty, then like we can print everything is good. Cool. Okay, submit it, and we see everything is good. Okay, if we change a different URL, like delete that one, hit the register, well, we shouldn't see everything is good. Okay, so we don't see everything is good when the link is not valid. Okay, so that's it for registration form and for post data. Let's move on and talk about sessions and cookies. So first of all, let me explain in a few words what are sessions and cookies. They are a possibility, they gives you possibility to store information in the user's browser or on the server side. So both of them has like a similar purpose. They give you possibility to put something about the user, and then when you navigate between pages, that information will be there, so you can identify the user who it is. The difference between them is that cookies store the information in the browser. However, sessions store the information on the server side. Okay, and when the session is created and that information is saved on the server side, it creates a unique session ID, and writes that session ID in the cookie. And based on that session ID, which is exchanged in every request and response, the server can understand who the browser is, and that gives the possibility to associate that data saved to that particular user based on the session ID. Okay, so session ID is like a unique identifier of the connection between browser and the server. It's session. Okay, so let's start creating. Let's start working with the sessions. Okay, so let's create. Let me do one thing first. So in the application right now there is session ID, so let me delete this. So when I open right now the page and refresh it, my cookies are absolutely empty. Okay, so there is no information. And of course on every request, which we can see in the network, all requests, so all information is sent to the server, but as far as cookies are absolutely empty, nothing is sent regarding cookies. Okay, so let's start session. Okay, to start a session, we need to call method session underscore start. Okay, so that will create the unique session ID and we'll save it in the cookies. Okay, so let's reload the page, and here it is. So here I see PHP sesh ID, and if we observe right now the request, okay, let's have a look in the request data. Let's reload the page one more time. Have a look in the request data, and here we should see cookies. Where it is? Here we have a look at the cookies. Okay, so these are request cookies. That is sent always when the request is made from the browser to the server, and that session is already created on the server in Apache is one of the folders. And now if we associate data to that particular session based on the session ID, the data will be associated to that browser, to that client. Okay, so we can print that session ID in the browser also. Okay, session underscore ID. Okay, let's print this in the browser, and here we see. So one important note is you should and you must start your session before you have any HTML code. Okay, well, we are doing this in a proper place right now, and let's associate something. Let's write something in the session. Okay, so for this we need to use super global $_ in the session. Okay, so let's check if let's make a page counter. Okay, so let's count how many times we visited the page. Okay, so let's check if inside the session there exists counter. Okay, then we need to increase the counter. If it doesn't exist, then we need to set it to 1. Okay, so if it exists, let's increase the counter, and let's use here isSet function to check the existence. If it doesn't exist, let's set it to 1. Okay, and let's output this in the page. Okay, inside h1 you have visited page blah blah times. Okay, so let's use here PHP tags session counter. Let's collapse the left side, counter times. Cool. Okay, so you have visited page, echo is missing right here, 2 times. When we refresh, we visit page 3 times, 4 times. So if we come right here, go to the application and delete that session ID, that will basically lose any connection from browser to the server. And when we refresh the page, the session ID will be new. And thus, this means that we visit the page first time because that is new session. Okay, that is not associated with the previous one. So, and we can refresh a couple of times and we see how many times we visited the page. Okay, so that is basically all about the sessions. Okay, so we can go ahead and make this code a little bit simpler. Take that session counter and do just like this. So session counter, if it exists, we can make it just like this. So if it exists, we can leave it what it is. If it doesn't exist, we can set it to 0, and then we can always increase it, okay, just like this, and we don't want that code. Okay, so this is really elegant code, and it does the same thing, the exact same thing. So even if we delete that cookie and refresh it, it works fine. Okay, so let's move on and see how we can create cookies. Okay, so cookies, as I said, it's a piece of data that is stored in the user's browser. Okay, and cookies mainly are used for 3 different purposes. So the main reason is session management. And this is the example I just showed to you. So cookies save the information about the session, okay, session ID, and that's the main thing. Based on the session, the server can understand who the browser is. Okay, in older browsers, when cookies were not enabled, then the session ID was displayed in the URL. Okay. We need that session ID in any case to pass from browser to the server so that the server knows who we are. Okay, without that session ID, just authentication would not be possible. Okay, so session management is the first thing cookies are used for. Second reason is personalization. Okay, so for example, when you open Amazon website and you are not logged in and you start browsing and you like the, for example, new Galaxy S20 phone and you are looking at it, and you just looked a couple of phones, just close the browser, and next time when you open the browser, even though you are not logged in, it starts suggesting you that Galaxy S20 phones. Okay, so that's because the information is saved in the cookies, and then the server can understand that you are the previous user who actually was interested in the cookies, in the S20 phones, excuse me, and now it starts suggesting these things. And the third reason is tracking. Okay, so Google Analytics, for example, is the best example. That's a platform which gives you a possibility to monitor how many times your pages are visited, and how users basically engage on your website and how they navigate, which pages they see more, which article is the most popular on your blog, and etc, etc. Okay, so this is another reason why cookies are useful. And so yeah, let's start actually creating cookies. The only limitation cookies has is that it can occupy 4 kilobytes. And cookies are not best suited for saving sensitive information because that can be hacked by the hackers. Okay, they are best suited for a personalization and tracking and things like that, okay, or session ID. If you want to save some secure data like username or ID, user ID, that's probably should be saved in the sessions, not in the cookies. Okay, so let's create cookies. So I'm going to use set cookie function. I'm going to give a key, which will be a name, and I'm going to give the value, the codeholic. Okay, these are the keys and values, and we also need to give the time. Okay, so when the cookie must be expired. Every cookie has its expire date, and let's give it time, and the expire date must be set from the current time. Okay, so we give right here time plus 60, which means that cookies will expire in 60 seconds. And we have a couple of more options, and one of them is the path, on which path we want to save the cookies. And I'm going to say it on the root path. Okay, so I'm going to save this, and let's open cookies HTML, not HTML, but PHP. And here we have semicolon missing. Okay, so here it is. In the cookies, we see name is the codeholic. Okay, so and then I can go ahead and print what is saved in the cookies. Let's print using var dump. Okay, so in the cookies, I have PHP session ID and I have name. Okay, and I can take that information and do whatever I want. If I want to modify my cookie, I need to change the name from, if I want to modify the cookie, I just need to call the same function, but with a different value. Okay, so not the codeholic, but just Zura. Okay, so the name is Zura. We refresh the page and we see in the cookie's name is Zura. if I want to delete the cookie, I need to set the time negative value. Okay, so time minus something, okay, no matter what it is, and that will simply delete the cookie, and I don't see this cookie field anymore. The thing is that in the var dump statement, the name is still printed Zura. That's because first it prints the cookies and then sends the cookies back to the browser. Okay, so when the cookies are sent back to the browser, then it doesn't include that name anymore because it was deleted. But it first prints and then sends the cookies to the browser. Okay, after printing, then the response is sent to the browser. Okay, so that's all about cookies and sessions, and let's move on and see how we can upload files in PHP. So here I have created a simple HTML form with method post, and I only have input type file right there and the submit button, and that's the result in the browser. Okay, so now we want to upload files right there and handle it with PHP. Okay, so in order to see the files in PHP, we need to use the super global variable underscore files. Okay, so let's dump these files and see what it is. Okay, initially it's an empty array. Okay, let's upload, let's choose one file like composer png, let's submit it, and it's still empty. Okay, so that's one issue what you need to remember. Okay, so in order file upload to work on HTML form, we need to add enc type attribute multipart / form data. Okay, that's the one thing we should do. After this, if we just open the page, choose the file and hit the submit button, we see uploaded file. Okay, in the file, that basically is an associative array. That files is an associative array where key is the input name, what we have in the HTML, and the value is also associative array where each key is like, the keys are name, type, temp name, error, and size. Okay, that's the name, that's the original name the file was uploaded. That's the type, and that's MIME type. And based on this type, we can define, we can check whether the uploaded file is image or video or anything like this. That's the TMP name, and this is the location. Okay, so that's the location where the file was uploaded. And we need to, in order to save the file in our own storage, we need to move from that location into somewhere else. Okay, so we have error attribute which is set to 0, and we have size attribute which is the actual file size what was uploaded. Okay, so in order to handle the file uploads, first we need to check if the file was uploaded. Okay, so let's check if files, let's check with is set, if inside files associative super global array, if there exists key of file, then this is the place where we need to handle. Okay, and to save the uploaded file somewhere, we need to use move uploaded file function. Okay, and here we give the file's tmp name, and this is the name. From tmp name we need to move it and save it into the name. Okay, so that basically means that I want to move my file from this location, which is the upload location, into this location, file / name. Okay, and that is the current, that is inside the current folder. Okay, so let's take this var dump and put it inside here. Okay, and resubmit the form, and let's have a look. Okay, so here it is. So the file was taken and uploaded next to the file upload.php, and that's the file what we have just uploaded. So we can give it a different name right here. Okay, so we can give it like a test.png, and we can upload it with a different name. Okay, let's resubmit the form, and here we have test.png, the same image. Okay, in most cases we should not, we must not, or like it's not good practice to upload files in this way. We need to pass it through different levels of validations. Okay, so let's try to upload, for example, a larger file such as video, for example, like 160 megabytes of video. Okay, so let's upload this, hit the submit button, and we see warning. Post content length something exceeds the limit of something in unknown of line 0. So that basically means that such large file upload is not allowed in PHP, and we need to make this, we need to enable this. Okay, so for this we need to go to the exams location. Okay, so we need to go to the C drive. We need to go to the examp where we have our examp installed. Let's go to the PHP, and right here we need to find PHP ini file. Okay, let's open this PHP ini file, and here we need to find post max size variable. Let's disable some of the stuff. Here it is, post max size, and it's set to 40 megabyte. Okay, so the maximum size we can send from HTML form using post method is 40 megabyte, and we just try to send 160 megabyte. Okay, so we need to increase this, and let's set it to like a 900 megabyte for now. That's for post max size, and we need to change also max file upload size. Okay, this is also set to 40 megabyte, and that's the limit. We cannot upload more than 40 megabytes of files using this approach. Okay, and let's set it to 900 megabyte also. Okay, after doing this, we need to open examp control panel. We need to stop Apache and restart it. The stopping of Apache may take a couple of seconds, so you just need to wait. But since that's stopped and then started, we will be able to upload large files using HTML form, using post. Okay. Okay, Apache was restarted, and let's try to upload the same file. Okay, let's upload that 160 megabytes of file. Open, click submit, and it worked. So it printed the file we just uploaded, and right here we actually have test PHP, so that's tricky thing. So we are saving that uploaded file in the test PHP, which obviously is not a good idea. So let's save this in the original file name. Okay, let's give it name right here, and let's delete these two files. Okay, let's reload the page, and here it is. So that video file was uploaded. We can even upload 400, 500 megabytes file up to 900 as we put in the PHP, which I just closed. Okay, but as I said, that's not enough. So we need to handle validation properly. Okay. First of all, if the file wasn't uploaded, or if the file's extension is not what we want, we need to show error. Okay, let's do this, and let's do in this way. So let's add our own validation. Okay, so let's say that we don't allow more than 5 megabytes of files to be uploaded. Even though we increased in the PHP, we don't allow this. Okay, let's add this validation. So if files.file, let's actually take this and extract it in its own variable. Okay, file. That's an associative array. If file size is more than 5 megabyte, and the file size is in bytes, okay, so in order to check if its size is more than 5 megabyte, we need to multiply 5 on 1024, and once again 1024. And if the size is more than this, we need to show an error. Let's create an error message right here, which will be an empty string, and let's assign error message to be you cannot upload more than 5 megabyte files, or greater than 5 megabyte files. And let's display this error message right here inside the paragraph. Okay, let's do this. Okay, cool. Okay, and let's reload the page, try to upload the same large video file as we had before. And here we see an error. You can't upload more than 5 megabyte files. Let's actually comment that for dump. Okay, that's good. Okay, nice. If we try to upload less than 5 megabyte files, even if it's a new video, just this one. Okay, so click the submit, it worked, and here we have that file. Okay, let's delete them. So now let's imagine that we don't want also videos to be uploaded, we only need images to be uploaded. Okay, so for this we need to add a different level of validation. Okay, so if file size is more than 5 megabytes, then we show an error. If it's less than 5 megabytes, then we need to apply different like level of validation. Okay, we need to check if its MIME type is one of the images MIME type, or if its extension is one of a load extensions, like if it's a PNG or JPG or JPEG. Okay, for this, let's take the file extension. Okay, extension equals, and I'm going to use here path info PHP's function. Okay, you can check out more information in the PHP's official documentation about the function, but for now, just remember that when we give it the actual file name, and that's the file name, and we give the second argument constant, path info extension. Okay, so I'm going to give path info extension, and that will extract the extension from that name and return it in a variable. And now I can use that extension to check whether it's one of the allowed extensions or not. Okay, so if the extension is not in the list of allowed extensions, such as PNG or JPEG or SVG or JPG, if the extension is none of these, we can show another error. Okay, you can only upload images. You can only upload images. That's cool. But the thing is that we need to stop actually execution right here. Okay, so we should not call move uploaded file when we show that warning. Okay, so let's move this move uploaded file inside the else statement. Okay, so if its size is bigger than 5 megabyte, we show this error. If its extension is not the images extension, we show this error. Otherwise, we allow its upload. And let's choose large file, submit, we get the error and it was not uploaded. Okay, let's choose smaller file like this one, but it's video. Okay, we get the error, you can only upload images. Okay, which is also really good. If we choose an image, let's go to the pictures. If we choose an image and its size is also less than 5 megabyte, then we're good to go, and we see that image uploaded right here. One additional feature can be that if the extension is in uppercase, we just need to make it lowercase. So sometimes images are called uppercase, has uppercase extensions like uppercase PNG, uppercase JPG. Okay, right here, let's make the str to lower extension. Okay, so make sure that the extension will always be lowercase, and then we check against the following extensions. Okay, let's continue and see how we can include files in PHP, how we can include one file into another. I have created two files, index.php and about.php. Okay, and this is like a simple website simulation. Okay, so we have homepage where we see like a welcome to my cool website. We have like footer area. We have also on the homepage the current weather. It's a simulation just to show you, and we have about page. Okay, so we have two pages, and we can look at the browser. So it's the URL actually changes from index.php, we go to about.php, from about we go back to index.php. Okay, that's cool. So we have the two pages, and now if we observe these two pages, okay, so we have here something similar. For example, this code. This code repeats for both pages, okay, and the footer also. The footer also repeats. So better would be if we would have that written in a single place. Now imagine that I want to add one more menu item for my website, and I have to add in both areas, in About PHP and in Index PHP, and that is ugly, okay? That is not really like useful. So we need to change this behavior. So let's create partials folder, and inside the partials folder I'm going to create a header PHP. Okay, so I have header PHP, and I'm going to copy my header code including the doc type HTML and move it into header PHP. Okay, let's just put it like this. And now in Index PHP I want to use that header PHP. Okay, so for this I'm going to use PHP's one of the following functions. We have require once, we have require, also we have include, and we have include once. Okay, so require, you can just remember for now include and require, and I'm going to explain differences right now. Let's just put there include, and I'm going to put there partials header. Okay, so without that line, this is how my Index PHP looks like. Okay, so I have here Georgia Tbilisi 5 degree, but if I look in the page source, I don't have the doc type HTML and body opening tags and things like that. So that's not really cool. So if I include my partials header PHP, that means that just it's something like taking that code and using it right here. Okay, so include works in this way. So if I right now open this in browser, I see that home, about, as well as if I open the source, I see the doc type HTML and body opening tag also. Okay, that's good. Now I want to use that header in the About PHP also. Okay, so let me take this code and replace with this one. Okay, what's the difference between include and require? The thing is actually, the difference is actually that during include, if the file was not found, if the file errored, the other code will be executed and it will be displayed. In case of a require, if that file was not found or the file thrown an error, the execution will be stopped. Okay, so if I go to the Index PHP and I change the address of the header PHP, like from partials, let me add one more S. Okay, so header PHP doesn't exist. Let's open the home page, and I see here warning, include partials failed to open, no such file or directory, but the other things are displayed. The weather is displayed, my cool website is displayed, copyright to Codeholic is displayed. Okay, if I change, however, this into a require, then this is the result. Everything else stopped execution. It's fatal error, and fatal errors just stop the execution. It doesn't execute anything. Okay, the rest of the things are not also displayed. Okay, to get back to the include and fix the path. So we have we can actually include the same file multiple times, and that's absolutely valid in PHP. Okay, so I can repeat this multiple times, 2 times, and this is how it looks like. So let's have a look in the page source. I have doctype HTML once and doctype HTML twice. Okay, and I also have that navigation twice, which is not really good. Header must always be included once. So I need to have it like this, or I can use require once. And that means that once it is required, the second time the same file won't be required. Okay, so in the page source I also have it once. So if you don't want to require the same file twice, probably you need to use include once and require once. So that's the difference. So I'm going to leave it into include. That's easier, shorter, and I know that I don't need to include this twice, and I also have this include in the about PHP. Let's create second partials, and let's call it footer PHP, and I'm going to copy that footer area and put it right here, and I'm going to now use the footer PHP echo, not echo, but include partials footer PHP, and I'm going to use the same include in the index PHP, and this is my website. It is the exact same website. I have still the copyright, the Codeaholic, I still have the header, but now I have my footer in single place, my header in single place. So if I need to modify something in the footer or in the header, I can just easily do this. Okay, so for example, if I go into the footer and I need to put there the copyright date, for example, the current year, okay, I'm going to use date function and format it with y, so that to take the current year, and here is 2020, and that is added in both areas, in both pages. Okay, that's awesome. Let me do it slightly differently. Okay, so I'm going to take this out and go to the index PHP just to show you that we can do this also, and I'm going to create a variable year, okay, and assign to this one date of y. Okay, so now I have the current year, and the thing is that I can use now this year variable inside the footer, okay, just like this, using inside PHP opening and closing tags. Okay, undefined variable year that happens for about us page. Okay, inside about PHP we have not declared that year variable, however in index page we declared it. Okay, so if we go to the home page, we see that 2020. So declaring a variable in the index PHP are visible inside the footer PHP, because that's like taking this code and inserting it right here. Okay, that works like this. Okay, so let's move on and see the second example about including and requiring files. Okay, let's close up these ones and open the math PHP. Okay, let's open the index PHP. Let's do like this. Or I already have prepared some things, and let me just explain what I have done. And let's open include require functions and TOTs. So in math PHP I have created two functions, to add two variables and to subtract two variables. And in the index PHP I'm using these two functions. So I'm just requiring my math once, and then I have add and subtract functions right here, and I can use them. So here's the thing, in this case we must use require once. Okay, that's the correct thing. So if the math PHP doesn't exist, we need to show fatal error so that the continuing of this file, of this code, doesn't make any sense, because if that fails, the other ones will also fail for sure, because the other code is fully dependent on this code. In this case, like having here include doesn't make any sense. Okay, we need to have here require. And why we have require once and not require? So the explanation is that if we have require, this means that we can require it second times. Okay, and that doesn't make any sense. If we include the same file, if we require the same file twice, we will have function name conflict. So we are declaring the same add function twice. So this code already required the code, which is written right here, and declared two functions, and then this one is still trying to declare it, which doesn't make any sense. Okay, so if we replace it with require once and require once right here, then we can have it just like this. So it's okay, because as far as it is required, it won't be required anymore. Okay, so we continue, and let's see how we can work with the file system and how we can create or rename directories, how we can delete directories and things like that. Okay, in PHP we have several magic constants, which changes their value depending from which context it is called. Okay, so as an example, I'm going to use two magic constants like dir, which shows the directory in which the current file lives, and another is file that will simply show the current file. And let's open this in the browser, and here it is. So we see that this is the directory magic constant, and this is the file. Okay, so if we call these magic constants from different directories and different files, it will have different values. Now let's see how we can create folder. So mkdir in PHP creates folder, and we can give right here the name of the folder, like test, for example. Okay, so in fact we can also give some permissions and other values to that mkdir function. So let me just click it, and this is the core documentation of the function, and I strongly recommend to check out the link which will be in the video description, and I'm going to open this link in a short time also, and check out the other parameters of that mkdir or any other function what I'm using right here in this file. Okay, so I'm going to call mkdir, and that's going to create folder, and here is the test folder. Okay, let's comment this code, and let's rename our directory. For this we use rename, pass there test, and the second argument will be the new folder name, and let's call it my_folder. Okay, so let's save this, refresh the browser, and here it is. Test is not there, my folder is appearing there. If we want to delete the directory, we can just call rmdir, and we pass here my folder, and that's gonna fully remove the folder. Let's comment this. Okay, so we don't see my folder anymore. Okay, let's see how we can read files and folders inside given directory. Okay, so for this we have scandir function. We give the file path inside which we want to read all files and folders, and we can give the current folder. Okay, read all files and folders inside the current folder, and let's save it in a files array, and let's just print that files array. Okay, so here we have 4 elements in this array. The dot and double dot is a special type of folders. The dot basically corresponds to the current folder in which the file lives. The double dot corresponds to the parent folder. Okay, and they appear in all scandir results. Even though the folder may be empty, they still appear there. Okay. Okay, so if we want to see the files what we have in the folder, we just need to iterate over these files and skip dot and double dot, and here it is. We have index.php and we have lorem.txt. Okay, what is that lorem.txt? Let's open it, and here we have 2 lines. Some lorem ipsum text does just 2 simple lines. Okay, so we can even move this just like this. Okay, let's open index.php again, and let's read the content of this file. Okay, for this we can use file get contents function, and we will give here the file name lorem.txt, and that will return the content which is written inside lorem.txt. Okay, let's open this in the browser, and here we see lorem ipsum something. Okay, if we want to put some content in this file, first we can read everything what is there, and then we can write something back inside the file. Okay, so if we just call file get contents, and let's create one file. Okay, for example test.txt, and give their hello world text. Okay, let's comment this code. not file get contents, but file put contents. So file get contents read the content, file put contents saves the content inside the file, and that should create test.txt. Okay, so let's see the result, and here we have it, test.txt, and hello world is written there. If we want to get the content which is written in the lorem.txt and append something or prepend something and save back, we can take that content in a variable, and we can call, instead of test.txt, we can call here lorem.txt, and we can put their content and prepend it like my text. Okay, my text, and let's put their PHPAll, which is a constant and which stands for new line. Okay, PHPAll is PHP end of line, and that creates new line. Okay, so let's save this, refresh the browser, open lorem.txt, and we see my text, then new line, and then the text what was already there. So if I run this couple of more times in the browser, that will change the file. Okay, that will prepend more my texts. Okay, so here I have the link which I'm going to open and quickly show you. So this is the full documentation, official documentation from php.net, where we can see the whole functions working with file systems. Okay, so to change the permission, to change the owner of the file, to delete the file. Here I have some of these commonly used functions. File exists, for example. The file exists function checks whether the given path or directory exists or not. IsDir function basically checks if the given path is directory or not. File mtime returns when the file was last modified. File size returns when the file what is the actual file size. We have disk free space, we have file. This file returns that's a function, and it returns where is that function? I want to show it to you. Reads the entire file into an array, and you can click on each of the function and scroll down, read the documentation and scroll down, and you will see examples. Okay, so that it reads the whole file inside an array. Okay, so there are a lot of functions, and my recommendation is to just have a look, know what they are, and whenever you need it, you will use it. Okay, it's time to practice now. Okay, so let's create to-do list application with file system, which means that we want to save our to-dos in the JSON file. Okay, so let's start from absolutely scratch, and I have here created index.php, nothing else. So let's generate HTML boilerplate code, and let's first create an input field where we're gonna type the to-do name, hit the submit button, and that will be added. Okay, so let's create form. We need the form for sure, and because we're going to submit the to-do name, we're going to send this to the backend. Let's use method post. Okay, inside the form we will need one input field which will have type text. Let's give it name to-do_name, and let's give it some placeholder value. Enter your to-do. Okay, and let's create button new to-do. Okay, cool. Let's have a look in the browser. We have that to-do button and input. Okay, so what should happen when the button is clicked? It will submit the form, and that can be submitted in this file because the action is empty, or we can create a separate file for this. Okay, so let's make a separate file and call it new todo.php. Okay, and this will be the file which will handle the submission of the to-do. So let's put here new todo.php, and let's print the post data right here. Okay, let's print post data. Let's add some to-do like by monitor, for example, new to-do, and what happens. Okay, so let's see what happens. So by monitor, click the new to do, and we get it. Okay, so new to do comes right here, and we have here by monitor. Okay, so we need to check, first of all, maybe it was submitted with empty name. Okay, so we need to check this. If first of all, we need to check if inside the post to-do name exists. Okay, and if the to-do name's value actually is not empty. But we can do this simply by creating new variable to-do name, which equals post to-do name, or just false. Okay, so if post to-do name exists, then this will be the name. If it is set, let's use a double question marks. So if post name is set, that will be the to-do name. If not, then the false will be the to-do name. And we just need to check. Okay, if to-do name exists, then let's print save to do, and let's come here, refresh, and what happens? I have semicolon missing, and here it is, save to do. Okay, let's go back in the form. So if we are trying to access this new todo.php in this way using get method, then the post is empty, new to do won't be taken from the post, and this if condition won't be satisfied, and thus save to do is not printed. In another way, if we try to submit the to do, then the to do name will exist in the post, but that will be empty string. Okay, then to do name will be an empty string, and that if won't be satisfied. Okay, hit new to do, and it is not satisfied. We need to handle one more case. So if user submits empty spaces, okay, new to do. In this case, save to do is printed because the to do name is spaces, which is actually a valid string. It is not falseable value. Okay, so what we can do right here, if to do name exists, let's take the to do name, otherwise let's make it empty string, and we can go ahead and run trim method on the to do name, and in this case save to do won't be printed anymore. Okay, that's cool. So here, this is the place where we want to save our to do. Let me remove or comment that post. So we need to save this in a JSON file. Okay, so for this we need to use file put contents, okay, to save some JSON, and let's call it todo.json inside quotas todo.json, and we need to save something inside the todo.json. So let's imagine the case that we already have something saved in the todo.json. Okay, so we need to read that todo.json first. We need to get the information written there, then add new todo there and save it back in the todo.json. Okay, so let's simulate this and create todo.json. Okay, and let's do like this. I'm going to create an object. Okay, so we have the todo item 1 corresponds to let's create an object which has like a completed value true. Completed equals to true. Okay, todo item 1, we can create todo item 2. Okay, so we have different todo items. Now we want to read the todo JSON and get the items and add new todo there. Okay, for this we need to use file get contents, and we give here todo JSON, and that will be the JSON file written inside the todo JSON. And let's just print that todo JSON. Okay, what's going on? Go back. Okay, we have white spaces. Okay, so by monitor, new to do, and here we have the JSON file. Okay, we want to convert that JSON into an associative array and work with this associative array. Okay, so I'm going to use JSON decode function, pass there JSON, and this will return an associative array. So I'm going to use JSON array equals to JSON decode, and now I'm going to print using dump JSON array. Okay, and here is my to-dos. So the only thing which I missed right now is to pass the second argument false right here, not false but true in the JSON decode, and that gives me an associative array. Okay, and this is how my array looks like. Now I want to do the following. Inside the JSON array, I want to put for todo name an associative array which has completed value corresponds to false. Okay, so in the JSON we have for each todo it corresponds to an object, and object in JSON basically is converted into an associative array in PHP using JSON decode, and vice versa. Associative array in PHP is converted into JSON using JSON encode. Okay, so if we go into new to-do, we created inside the JSON, we added for this to-do name, it corresponds an associative array which has completed false. Okay, that's good. And now we call file put contents, we give to-do name, and we call JSON encode, which will take the associative array and convert it into JSON string, and we'll save this into the file. Let's save this, come here, continue, and let's have a look in the JSON. So it was actually minified in a single line, but at the end we see by monitor completed false. Actually, when we call JSON, JSON encode, we can actually pass here another constant of PHP, JSON pretty print. Okay, and that will show JSON on a nice way, like let's call it like this. Okay, let's open to the JSON, and here it is. Okay, that's cool. Now what will happen if the todo JSON doesn't exist? Okay, so if it's the first time we are making to do, so if I just simply take that JSON and delete it, so we need to handle that case also. Okay, so we need to check if file exists todo JSON. Only in this case, read that file, take its content, convert it into JSON array, just like this, and after this we will add inside the JSON array todo name. But if the file doesn't exist, we cannot read the file and we cannot take the JSON array, we just need to simply create an empty JSON array, just like this. Okay, so if I delete now todo JSON, go back into index page and write test there, new to do. Okay, then have a look, todo JSON was created for us and there's written test completed false. Let's go back and add one more todo item, for example by monitor, new to do, come here, and by monitor was added right there. Okay, the only thing what we need to do right now is that after adding to do, we need to redirect user to the index page. Okay, so for this we need to use header function, which gives us possibility to give additional headers to the response which is sent to the user. Okay, so location is index.php. Okay, so let's go back, refresh, add one more to do like call mom, new to do, and we were redirected to the index page back, but inside todo JSON call mom was added. Now we need to read that todo JSON and display todos right here. Okay, let's do this. So for this we need to again call file get contents to actually get the content of the JSON. File get contents of the todo.json, which will return obviously the JSON, and then we need to call JSON array, or let's call it todo items, okay, or just simply to-dos. Okay, to-dos will be JSON decode JSON. But here we also need to check if the todo JSON exists or not. Okay, so if file exists todo JSON, then we get file get contents, we convert into an associative array and assign it to to-dos. If it doesn't exist, we just need to have simply an empty to-dos array, because we're gonna need the to-dos array down below. Okay, and if condition won't be satisfied, the to-dos variable won't be declared at all. Okay, so down below we need to iterate over those to-dos, and let's use for each function for this. Okay, for each to-dos is, and here we need to-do name is the key. To-dos basically is an associative array where the key is the to-do name and the value is an object or associative array which has completed. Okay, to-do name corresponds to to-do. Okay, and when we want to write that for each or for each loop in the HTML, so obviously we can do it like this. Okay, so that's the way we can do, and we can write some echo statements and output some things there. But the thing is that we can actually do like this. So we can have that curly braces right here and finish our PHP closing tag right here, and then open PHP tag right here, have the curly braces and close PHP tag. And we can actually have like to-do item right here. Let's put it in the paragraph or in the div. Okay, let's see it in the div. Let's write to-do item. Okay, let's refresh the page, and here we see to-do item 3 times. That's pretty cool. However, there is a second way which I prefer much more. That curly braces is a little bit hard for me to understand in a large for each loop where it starts and where it ends when it's mixed with HTML. So we generally can have colon right here, which means that we're like ending for each loop right here, but we need to call then here end for each. Okay, end for each, and that works in the same way. We have to-do items 3 times, but we need to actually print the to-do name, right? So we need to write here, let's do like this, PHP echo, let's print to-do name. But we also want to display the to-do delete button, and we also want to display the checkbox. Okay, so I'm gonna create input type checkbox, which needs to have the value of the to-do's status. Whether if it's completed, the checkbox needs to be checked. If not, it should not be. So here I'm gonna add PHP tag, and if to-do has status completed, then we need to put there checked. Okay, it must be checked if this status is completed, otherwise it must not be checked. Okay, just like this. And we print to-do name, and we can print here delete button also. Let's have a look. So something is wrong. The first thing is that in the JSON decode we need to pass here true to return an associative array. By default, the JSON decode returns an object, okay, array of objects, and we want it to be associative array. So let's do like this, and here it is. So we have checkboxes, we have like delete buttons, and we have to-do names also. Okay, what else do we need? Okay, let's add a small slight CSS in the style tag. Let's add margin bottom 20 pixel to make them a little bit far from each other, and let's add a beer tag right here, just like this. And now we need to handle let's do like this. Now we need to handle the delete buttons and the clicking on the checkboxes. Okay, on delete it must be deleted. Let's by the way try to add new to do. Okay, like something, enter, it's at the bottom, new to do at the bottom. Okay, it's cool, like to dos are added like a charm, but we need to handle the delete also. So one way is to have here a and make an href to delete.php, which doesn't exist, but we need to create that delete.php. But that's not really good. Okay, so first of all, we need to pass here the to-do name, and we can even do this, but that will finally cause that we're calling delete.php with get method, and that's not really secure way. Okay, so we need to do this with post. So that's obviously like a simple solution. To-do name equals to the to-do name. We can create simply delete PHP, get the query parameter using get, and read the JSONs and delete it. Okay, that's easier, but we need to do it differently to have a little bit of security. Okay, I'm going to show you like both ways how we can do it. Okay, so let's create a form for this, which will have action on delete.php. And inside the form, I'm going to put my delete button. That's going to be button inside the. Okay, so I'm going to put this inside the form, and also I'm going to create input type hidden input, which will have name to do name. And I'm going to give it to value actual to do name. Okay, so whenever we click the delete button, that form will be submitted. And let's give it method post. That form will be submitted passing to do name to the delete PHP. And let's create that delete.php. Okay, and let's print right here post. Okay. Refresh, and now it shows a little bit ugly because the form is an block level element and it occupies the whole width. So let's change the style and give it display inline block. Okay, that's much better. And when I click that delete button, it comes to the delete PHP, and here I have to do name. So now I need to read my to-dos and remove the to-do which was given. Okay, so let's go to the delete PHP, and for simplicity I'm not going to consider now the case if the to-do JSON is not exist. Okay, so I'm just gonna read in an array just like this. We have an array of to-dos, and we have to-do name also in the post, and I'm going to just delete. Okay, so for deleting I'm going to use unset function. Okay, so unset from JSON array, let's remove the record which has the to-do name, and let's create to-do name variable which will be the post to-do name. Okay, again, for simplicity I don't check if the to-do name really exists in the post, but I encourage you to pause here, do this, and then come back and watch me how I finish this. Okay, so JSON array corresponds from JSON array I want to delete to-do name, and then after this I want to save back file, put contents inside todo.json encode. I'm going to pass JSON array with JSON pretty print. Okay, and when the to-do is deleted, we need to redirect to the login page also. Okay, so location will be index.php, just like this. Reload it, and we will redirect it to the index page. And when we click the delete button, it actually is deleting the to-dos, and it's not appearing in the to-do JSON anymore. Okay, just like this. Amazing. And the last thing what we need to do is to handle that completed status. Okay, so when I click the checkbox, I want the to-do to be completed, and when I reload the page, to be saved as a completed. Okay, again, I'm going to do this with post method, but I will need a little bit of JavaScript right here. So I have here that input type checkbox, which has checked value. So I'm going to create form also right here, which will have action like change underscore status dot PHP. I'm going to put that input in the form, and I'm also going to create one input type hidden. Okay, type hidden, giving there the to-do name, the same one, basically what I have right now. Okay, to-do that file, that input can also go into a separate partial PHP file and include it right here. Okay, it's just single line, but just for like a practice. Okay, so we have to-do name right here, form has action, and we need to change the method into post. And now what I need to do is, using JavaScript, I need to listen to that to-do name input change, and whenever it is changed, I need to submit that form. Okay, let's create change status first, and let's dump right here whatever comes from the post, and let's write a little bit of JavaScript. Okay, so we need to select all checkboxes which has name to-do name. Okay, checkboxes equals document query selector all. Let's select all input which has type checkbox, and we can leave it also as it is, or we can be more specific and say and which has name to-do name. Okay, and then we need to add event listeners to all checkbox. Okay, checkbox for each, just like this, ch on click, we need to call, let's create normal function not to lose this binding. Okay, so this parent node, which will be the form, submit. Okay, so this corresponds to the checkbox itself. That's why I created here normal function, not arrow function. And then we have parent node, which will be the form. So basically we're submitting the form whenever the checkbox is checked. And let's come to the browser. Again, we have here form, which is a block level element, and we need to change its display, let's say it's style display inline block. Okay, cool. And when I click on the checkbox, it actually doesn't do anything. Okay, what's the reason? Input type checkbox, which has type checkbox and name is to-do name. I don't have the name of the checkbox. Okay, the name is given to the hidden input type text. Oh, ugly. Let's remove that name. Okay, refresh, click it, and here we go. So we are redirected to the change status.php, and here we have that post. So let me take the following code and slightly modify it. Okay, read the file, get the to-do name, and here what we're going to do. For that particular to-do name, I'm going to invert its status. Okay, that to-do name, again, if we have a look at the JSON, is an associative array. It's an object. Okay, and it has completed property. Okay, so the to-do name has completed property, and we're going to set that completed property true or false, the opposite whatever it has. Okay, so I'm going to do like this, but exclamation mark before. Again, I'm skipping here all kind of checkings. If the todo name exists inside JSON array or not, but that kind of checkings is necessary, and that's up to you, so do it. So if todo name will exist in the JSON array, then we're going to change its completed status and set it to the opposite of whatever it is right now. Okay, if right now it has false, that exclamation mark will change into true. If it's already true, that will change into false. Then we're saving this back into JSON and redirecting to the login page. Okay, let's have a look in the todo JSON, and the first one, all of them basically is false. Let's come here, and now the first one is checked, and inside the JSON, first one was also changed into true. So if I click on the by monitor, now this one changes also into true, and this is true in the JSON also. If I click the by monitor second time, this one changes into false, and it's false in the JSON also. And that's basically what we wanted. So we can add new to do, we can mark that to do, we can delete that to do, and that's it. Okay, so we continue, and let's see how we can work with object-oriented PHP. So I'm not going to cover basically every details about object-oriented PHP. I do have a separate full list of videos about object-oriented PHP, and I will put the link in the video description, or you can find the link in the top right corner of the screen. Okay, so I'm going to just explain the basics. So what is class, what is an instance, how we can create classes and instances, and what are public private properties, and what is inheritance. Okay, these are the things what I'm going to explain right now. If you have any experience previously working with object-oriented programming, I think these things may be familiar for you and you can easily understand the steps. If not, just be careful, and if necessary, just pause the video and experiment with the code what I'm writing. Okay, so in general, class is a blueprint, it's a template. You can also think as a new data type, which gives you possibility to define as many variables from this data type as you want, and the variables defined from this data type are called instances. Okay, so let's go and create one simple class, and let's call it class person. Okay, and let's give some properties to that person. For example, let's give public property name, let's give another public property age, and another public property salary, for example. Okay, and let's create, this is already a new data type. Okay, and we can create a variable out of this data type, and let's create p, which equals new, and the person. Okay, and we give parentheses right here. Now p is an instance, person is a class. Person is a new data type, p is a variable of this data type. And the p has name, age, and salary properties, and we can assign and print these properties, like p name equals Zura, p age equals 28, and p's salary equals to null. Okay, we can fully print the whole p variable and have a look in the browser, and here it is. It tells that it's an object, it has class person, so it's person classes object, and it has name Zura, age 28, and the salary is null. Okay, so we can also assign that properties when we initialize the instance of the class. Okay, so let's create a constructor. The constructor is a special type of function which is called when the instance of the class is created. Okay, whenever we call new person, this function will be executed. And we can do like this. We can give that Zura 28 and null in that special type of function, in that constructor. And we can accept that n, a, and s as an example, and we can set this name equals to n, this age equals to a, and this salary equals to s. Okay, what is this? This refers to the instance on which the constructor was called. Okay, whenever we call a constructor, it creates new object, and in this case that p is the new object, and this actually is the p right now in this particular case. Okay, best example is to give the same names right here, the arguments of the constructor, to have the same names as we have properties right here. For example, give it name, age, and salary, but you can call it whatever you want. Okay, so I generally name it as my public properties are named. Just I showed you that we can have any kind of name there. Okay, so we have now we created the instance, and at the same time we assigned that 3 values to that properties. And if we print the person object, we see the exact same thing. We see name Zura, age 28, and the salary is null. Okay, since PHP 7.4 we have possibility to give the types of the variables. Okay, we can say that the name is string, age is integer, and salary is float. Okay, but here is one important thing. Okay, this will give us uncaught type error. That's because the salary must be float, and we're giving null right here. That's important thing to notice. Okay, if you declare a variable string or integer or float, you cannot assign null to it unless you put question mark at the beginning of the data type. Okay, if I put question mark right here, which means that the float can be null, that's okay, and it prints name Zura, age 28, and salary null. That's, I think, really good addition in PHP 7.4, the biggest addition, and I really like it. But be careful, again, if you are not using PHP 7.4, you cannot use these features. Okay, so let's move on and see what is actually difference between public and private properties. Okay, so I'm going to change this salary, for example, into private property. And right now we don't have any difference here, but the fact is that I cannot access salary property anymore outside of this class. Okay, I can print here p's name, I can print here p's age, but I cannot print salary, and we can see the error. So it printed name, it printed age, but it didn't print salary because that's private property. Okay, and we cannot access private properties outside of the class. However, we can access private properties inside the class, and in order to access it, we can create a getter function for this. Okay, I'm going to create public function get salary, and this will simply return this salary. Okay, here's the thing. I can access the salary inside the class. Basically, inside the class means from this curly brace until that one. Okay, and this salary can be accessed inside the class, and get salary, as far as it is a public function, I can now call get salary outside of the class, and this will give me null right here somewhere, which is not visible. It's right here. It prints that salary, which is null. In the same way, I can create a function to set the salary. Okay, public function set salary. Okay, I'm gonna accept salary right there, and I'm gonna say this salary equals to the salary. Okay, cool. So get salary returns null. After this, I can call on p set salary and give 100, and after this I can again call p get salary, and that now should return 100, and here it is. So that's all about public and private properties. That's the biggest difference. So now let's talk about inheritance. Actually, I'm going to take this code and create separate file for this, call it person.php, and put this code right here. And we know how to include one file into another. So I'm going to require once that person.php, and this works in the same way. Now I'm going to show you the example of inheritance. Okay, so for this I'm going to create one more class, call it student, and that student, let me clean up the code, that student extends from person. Okay, every student obviously is a person, so I'm extending it from the person, and that means that student will have all features, all properties the person class has. Okay, we just need to require once right here the person. Okay, and we have students, and I'm gonna require once also student right here. Okay, cool. Let me comment the code about the person, and let's create, and let's remove this, and let's create an instance now of the student. Okay, s equals new student. Okay, this works in the same way as the person is working. So here's the thing, the person in the constructor accepts 3 arguments: name, age, and salary. The student doesn't have its own constructor function, so this means that person inherits constructor function, student inherits constructor function from the person, which means that when I create an instance of the student, I need to pass that arguments. Okay, so I'm going to save this and see an error in the browser. Here we see too few arguments to function person construct. Okay, so the student is using person's constructor and it accepts 3 arguments. We have 2 solutions right here. Either pass these arguments or go to the student and override that construct function, and simply just we don't accept any argument right here. Just like this, we create an empty constructor because we want to create an empty student. Okay, I don't know why we should do this in production, but that's possible. And now when I save this, I don't see anything. That's because I don't output anything, and I don't also have error because student's constructor doesn't require any arguments, and I also don't pass it. Okay, but that's not really common practice. In general, we should override the constructor and probably add some more arguments. Okay, so if we get back to this code, so we override the parents constructor, we get the name, age, and salary. These things are like common for probably all person, but the student may not have salary. He may have, for example, student number, STID, for example. Okay, so in fact, we need to call the parent constructor. We can pass their name, age, and salary, but for salary we can pass null, and we know that the salary is nullable. Student doesn't have salary at all, but we want to save that STID. So additionally to those properties which belong to the person right here, we can add one more property, public STID. Okay, and that can be integer. Okay, and right here I will call this STID equals to the STID, okay, the given student ID, and then I call the parent constructor, and this parent constructor will take the name, age, and salary and assign it to the student's name, age, and salary. Okay, we are using this inside the person PHP, but this person PHP's constructor was called from student PHP's constructor, and student PHP's constructor was called because we created new student, and thus this keyword used inside the person PHP's constructor is the s variable. Okay, so let's give here Sura again. I'm a student, 28, and I'm going to give my student number, right? So let's 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, and now I want to print the student's name, for example. Okay, let's put there echo, and here it is. I see the student's name. Okay, so that's all about basics of the object-oriented programming. Again, I encourage you to know more about this, to read more about this. I do have a full list of videos about object-oriented programming, cover every details like interfaces, abstract classes, protected properties, static properties, and much more. So definitely check out the link in the video description, or just have a look on my channel. Okay, so let's move on and create Notes application with MySQL. Okay, so let's understand how MySQL actually works and create some cool stuff there. Okay, let's continue, and now we're going to create a Notes application with MySQL. So here I have prepared some HTML and CSS, nothing else. So this is really simple HTML, which has the new note form. We have here input type title, we have text area, we have that input type hidden ID, which will be used later, so I'm going to remove this. So we have a title, description, and button. As for the notes, we have just one simple note to show you how it will look like. We have title, note description, and the time when the note was added, and we have here the X button, and by clicking on the button, note will be deleted. By clicking on that note title button, the note form will be populated, and then we can click that. The text will also change into update note button, and when we click that button, the note will be updated. Okay, so first thing what we need to do is go to the phpMyAdmin and create MySQL database for this. Okay, type in your browser localhost/phpMyAdmin. If this screen is not opening, make sure you have MySQL service started. Open XAMPP control panel and have a look at if Apache and MySQL are both running. Okay, so this is the MySQL interface. So now what we're going to do, click on new, and we're going to create a new database, and I'm going to call it notes. Okay, so we're going to create notes database. I always create database with UTF-8 and before a Unicode CI character set. So that gives me a possibility to store any kind of symbols, and that's also like good practice. Okay, so click create. This will create the notes database, and now we need to create a table. So I'm going to create notes table with 4 columns. Okay, click go, and here we have we need to like fill up the columns. Okay, we need ID, which will be integer, and this will be basically an auto increment column that will be primary key. We need title, that's going to be varchar, and that's going to be 255 characters length. We need description, that's going to be also varchar, and let's make it 1024. And let's create a create date, which will be date time, and that's it. So let's have a look at the fields. All of them are actually required, so we don't have to do anything right here. Okay, so click save, and we have the database created, and we also have table created. Okay, so now we need to go to our PHPStorm and set up the connection to the database and make some queries, inserts, updates, and deletes. Okay, let's go to the document, and let me comment this node code first. We don't want it. We want to make connection to the database and get nodes first. Okay, so I'm going to introduce now PDO. Okay, so generally I hope you have understanding what is MySQL and how it works. That's a relational database which gives you possibility to store relational data, and you also have possibility to connect two relational tables together, like orders and customers. Okay, so if you are absolutely new to MySQL, I recommend to check out some of the like MySQL crash course videos on YouTube, or check out the video description of this video. I will probably put some useful links about MySQL. Okay, so let's set up the connection to the database. Okay, I'm going to introduce PDO, which is object-oriented way to access the database. Okay, PDO equals new PDO. Okay, and the PDO accepts in the constructor, it accepts several arguments, and first of all we need to pass the MySQL DSN. Okay, and DSN is basically a string which identifies the MySQL port, MySQL host, and the database name. Okay, so we say that I want to connect to MySQL colon, then the server will equal to the local host. So I'm going to connect to the local host. The DB name will be notes, and the port by default is 3306, and that's where we're going to leave it. Okay, the username of the MySQL, the second argument is the username of the MySQL. Okay, so the username will be root, and the password will be empty string in my case. Okay, if you have any password set, you need to give it right here. And after this, that's basically already like creating a connection, and we need to set this, not this, but PDO set attribute, and we're going to pass right here PDO attribute error mode to be PDO exception, error mode exception. So whenever there is something wrong with the database, it must throw an exception. Okay, so let's save this, and after this we need to now make a select to the database. Okay, so if we don't see, we can refresh the page, and if we don't see any error, that means that we have successfully connected to the database. If we see some error, like if we give a different database name, then we will see uncode PDO exception, unknown database notes. Okay, so that's how it works, and we have successfully made connection to the database. Okay, now we need a couple of functions. We need a function to read the notes. We need function to update, delete, and create notes. Okay, I don't want everything to put obviously in this index PHP. It is not really good practice. Instead, I'm going to create a connection PHP. Okay, let me remove this, and in the constructor, I'm going to accept. Basically, I don't want to accept anything in the constructor. I will just simply create a public property right here, PDO, and I will also copy this code and put it right here in the constructor, and that's basically it. So here I'm going to write several methods. Okay, for example, public function get notes, okay, which will read all the notes from the database and return that to me. Okay, for this I need to create a PDO statement. Okay, statement equals this PDO prepare. Okay, so we give prepare, and inside the prepare I'm going to give string. Okay, select everything from notes, and let's order by them by create date. Let's collapse this, create date descending order. Okay, so we created the statement, and now I'm going to execute that statement. Execute. Okay, my PHPStorm doesn't autocomplete because it doesn't understand what is this PDO. So I'm going to give here PDO. So my PDO will be an instance of PDO, and here it now can understand what is this prepare, and it can understand that my statement has execute. Okay, if you are using VS Code, I'm not sure how to do this in VS Code. Okay, so we execute this statement, and after execution we need to get the result and return it. Okay, so return statement fetch all, and we need to pass here how we want to fetch, and I'm going to give here fetch assoc, which means that I want to return as an associative array. Okay, so let's go to the index PHP, and we need to require that connection. Okay, require once connection. Okay, and I'm going to create an instance connection equals new connection. Cool. And the connection has now get nodes method. So I'm gonna create nodes array equals to connection get nodes. And let's dump these nodes. Obviously it will be empty string because we don't have any record in the database. We have some typed property. Type property connection PDO must not be accessed before initialization. Okay, and where is it accessed before initialization? Oh, oops, we need right here this PDO equals to new PDO, and this PDO set attribute. Okay, I'm sorry. So refresh the page and we see empty nodes. So let's go to the PHPMyAdmin and let's just create one record there. Okay, insert. We are inserting into table nodes. Yes, the ID will be automatically taken, so the title will be like dummy note. Let's give it also some description, like dummy description, and let's give it some date. Okay, like today, sometime, I don't know. Okay, let it be like this. And let's go ahead and insert that one character, one row inserted, and let's come here and refresh the page, and here it is. I see that node. Okay, that's an associative array. So that's an array of associative arrays, and each one has ID, title, description, and the create date. Okay, let's come here, and we have nodes, so we can iterate over these nodes and display it right here. Okay, so I'm going to uncomment this code now and add PHP for each. For each nodes is node, and we need right here PHP and for each. And here we need to output the node title. Okay, node title. We need to output right here node description, and right here we need to output node create date. Okay, node create date. Okay, that's cool. Let's save this and have a look in the browser, and here it is, dummy node, dummy description, and we see the date right here also. If we go into the MySQL database and go to the browse, and let's edit that node, and let's change dummy node into a lorem ipsum something. Let's go, let's come here, refresh it, and here we see lorem ipsum now. So this comes from the database, which is pretty cool. Now we need to handle adding new node. Let me remove that nodes array. So here is our form, which has class new node. Okay, so I haven't mentioned, but I have prepared app CSS, which does basic styling, some really basic things. It styles the form a little bit nicely, and it gives that nodes appropriate colors and things like that. So nothing serious. If you're familiar with HTML and CSS, that will be like a really straightforward thing, and you can understand. But you can find the code obviously on my GitHub in the project. Okay, so we need to, we have that form, and we have that method is post, and it goes to the action create PHP. So we need to actually create that create PHP. Okay, create PHP, and this is the file which handle all the submission of the node. Okay, so let's dump the post, and let's fill the form with some dummy data, new node, and it comes right here. Now we need to make a insert request in the database. Okay, so let's do like this. I'm going to open the connection PHP, and here I'm going to write add node function. Okay, so let's add node, which will accept a node associative array. And again, we need to prepare statement. Okay, so statement equals to this PDO prepare, and we need to call, in this case, insert into nodes, and we're going to insert into title, description, and create date. Okay, so we want to insert in these 3 fields. Okay, and we need to give also values to it. Okay, so values must be title with colon, that's bind parameter, and I'm going to explain this right now, description, and then we need here to give date. Okay, let's indent this. Okay, cool. So we have the proper SQL statement to run the insert. The only thing what we need to do is to replace that colon title, colon description, and colon date with corresponding values. Okay, for this I'm going to call statement bind value, and I'm going to give here for title value, let's use node title. Okay, and that node will be this object. Okay, and it obviously has the title. For description and for date, we need to repeat something similar. For description, let's use node description. As for the date, we need to use the current date when the node is inserted. And for this, let's use date function and format in the MySQL format. Okay, so we need year, month, day, hour, minute, and second. Okay, and after this we just need to run statement execute. Okay, so add node function is prepared and ready. Let's go to the create PHP, and here we need to call that add node. So for this we need to require once connection, and we need to create an instance of the connection. Actually, what I'm going to do, I'm going to take that connection and go to the connection PHP and return that from here. Okay, return new connection immediately. So as far as I'm requiring this connection PHP with once, so as soon as it's required, it won't be required anymore. So I'm going to assign this in a variable connection. Okay, connection equals require once, and that returns the new connection instance. Okay, cool. In the create PHP, I'm going to do the same thing. Connection equals require once connection, and here we can immediately use connection add node. Okay, and we're going to pass here the whole post data. Okay, in the post we have title and description, and we can pass the data. Okay, so let's comment this var dump statement, and let's see what happens. So let's reload the page, continue, and something obviously happened. Let's go to the MySQL, go to the browse, and here it is. We see second node, this one. Okay, so let's come to the browser, come to the PHPStorm, and after the node was added, we need to redirect to the index. Okay, so header location index PHP. Okay, that will redirect to the index. Let's go back to the index page and add new node. Okay, my cool node, let's add it without description, and here it is. So it was redirected to the index page, and on index page we are reading all nodes. So here is my cool node, and this one appears at the top because we're selecting nodes with the descending order. Okay, latest additions at the top. Okay, that's really good. Now we need to handle update. Okay, So how shall we do this? So when we click on the node title, we need to fill that form and change that button text also. Okay, so for this we need to redirect to the same page, index.php, but pass the query parameter. Okay, ID of this node based on which we're gonna get the current node. Okay, let's go to the index.php, and here inside href I'm gonna write the node ID. Okay, every node has its ID, and let's add question mark ID equals to the node ID. And right here in this same file, rewrite if inside the get is set the ID, we just need to make a request to the current node. Okay, and get the current node. For this, we need to write one more function in connection PHP that will be to get the node by ID. Okay, so I'm going to write that function right here, public function get node by ID, and we accept right there ID. And we're going to make a request to the database and just select it. Okay, so I'm going to copy and paste this. I don't want to lose that much time. Okay, and here it is. So we are preparing statement where ID corresponds to that ID, and we're binding the value. We are executing this and returning associative mode. Okay, let's go to the index.php and right here current node equals to connection get node by ID, and we pass here obviously get ID. Okay, that's cool, and we need to use that current node right now to populate the form, but the thing is that if the ID is not received, current node won't be declared. Okay, and we cannot simply populate this. If I start using current node right here and the ID is not received, that's gonna throw an error. So we need to declare that current node, and let's declare it and give it title empty string description empty string. Okay, that's cool. Now let's come here and let's add a value equals to the current node title, and for the text area we need to do something similar. Value equals we need to put this inside the text area opening and closing text. PHP echo node description. Okay, not the node but the current node. Okay, that's really good. So let's refresh the page and click that one, and it populated the form, but we have that white spaces. Okay, so because we should not have any kind of white spaces right here, so I'm going to remove this at the bottom also, and let's do like this. Okay, so that's really good. Now we have populated, and we need to also change the text of this. Instead of new node, let's give it text update node. And how we should make a difference. So whenever we make a request to the database, that returns a node, and we assign it to current node, and the current node will also have ID. Okay, so if it's a new one, let's dump the current node. So if we don't have any ID in the parameter, the current node has only title and description. If we click one of the nodes, then the current node has ID and create date also. Okay, so we can make decision based on this. So right here I'm going to write PHP if current node has ID, and we can check this using isSet. Okay, if current node has ID, then I'm gonna show text like update node PHP and if, no, let's call it else, PHP and if right here, and right here we write new node. Okay, so if the if ID exists, we need to display update node text. If it doesn't exist, we need to show new node text. Okay, that's good. Okay, so we refresh the browser and we see here text update node. If we don't have ID in the URL, we see new node. Let's add one more node, lorem ipsum with some description, hit new node, and that created lorem ipsum some description. Hit that, it populated the form. We have update node right here, and now we can already handle node updates. Okay, so that here's the thing: either we need to change the action based on whether it has ID or not, and create update PHP, or we can handle that create inside the create PHP. Okay, so we can actually rename that create PHP and call it save. Okay, that save means both update and create, and let's call it save right here. And let's collapse this, and in the save PHP we can handle this second scenario also, if it's an update or not. Okay, so how should we do this? In the index PHP we can add one more input field, hidden input field, and let's give it a name, ID, and let's give it also value of current node echo current node ID. Okay, so that basically will put there the ID when it's update. If it's not update, this will show an error, so we need to fix this. Okay, so here there is no ID, so this will show an error when it's not update, and we can also see this. Probably it will be somewhere right here. We see that undefined index ID, so we need to fix this. Let's add ID right here. Okay, ID, which will also be empty, but we need to check right now these areas. So now ID will always be set, and we need to modify and remove is set, and that's it. Okay, so now when we click and populate and click the update node in the save, we will get ID also inside the post, and we can do this. So let's simply dump the post, and I'm going to use exit, which I haven't mentioned previously. I think that simply stops the script execution at this point. Okay, so let's save this, hit the update button, and here it is. So we have ID. So now we need to check if we have ID, we need to do it differently. Let me move that at the top, and we need to check if there is an ID in the post. If there is ID in the post, we need to call update. If there is no ID in the post, then we need to call add node. But we need to handle now update also, update node, and we need to create that function also. Okay, that will accept the ID. Okay, just like this, and it will accept the node object also. Okay, the whole post. Let's make it easier, and let's extract this into a variable called ID. Okay, so but we need to check, it may not exist. So ID equals post ID question, otherwise empty string, and we just need to check it like this. Okay, if ID exists, update; if not, create. And we need to write that update node. Let's come here, and after probably right here, let's write public function update node. This will accept ID, and it will accept the node object. And again, I'm going to copy this code, update code, and that will run prepare update node set title equals title, description equals description, where ID equals to that one. Okay, so we bind ID, title, and description. That basically will securely bind received title, description, and ID. So really often beginner developers make it easy and do just simple concatenation. Okay, so they simply take that node title and put it right here and concatenating it. So that's the worst practice. So that makes your code SQL injection, like SQL injection can happen to your code. Okay, if someone else will discover this, they can drop your table, drop your database, etc. Okay, don't ever do this. Okay, so we have that update node now prepared. In the say we're calling that update, and that should work. Okay, so let's have a look. Let's reload the page and see what happened. Okay, click, let's give some text updated, update node, and here it is. So even if we refresh the page, it's updated, it's there. The only thing what we have left is delete node, and here is the button. And one way is to make it easy and create an A element and give it href, redirect to the delete PHP as we're doing in the update case, but that's not really secured way, and we need to do it differently. Okay, so let me create a form. So let me create form. Let's give it an action to the delete.php. Let's give it a method which will be post, and we have that button right here. And I'm also going to create an input type hidden and give it a name ID, and let's give it also value node ID. Okay, so whenever I click the submit button, that close button, it will submit the form. Every button basically submits the form. If it doesn't have explicit like type button, it submits the form. Okay, just if you don't know. So when I click that button, it will submit the form. It will redirect to the delete PHP. Using post, it will pass that ID, and in the delete PHP we need to handle the case. So let's create delete PHP, and we will get here using post, we will get that ID, and we need to create a function to remove that node. Okay, so again we have to take the connection, and we have to call connection remove node, and we need to pass there post ID, just like this. Okay, and again we need to redirect to the index PHP. Okay, so we need to write that remove node, and we are good. That pop f remove node, we give here the node ID we want to remove, and I'm going to copy that code also. Okay, so we are calling a delete from nodes where ID equals to the ID, and we're binding that ID. Again, don't ever concatenate or inject like this the IDs. It's not really secure way. Okay, and that's it. So let's come to the browser, hit that ugly node, and nothing happened. Okay, let's refresh the page, hit that ugly node, and something happened. It was actually deleted. My cool node, it was also deleted. Let's create some more nodes without description. Here it is, something, here it is, and the delete also works fine. And the update also works really well. Okay, so that's it guys, we have finished that notes application. I hope you were following with me, and if you like this application, just hit the like and subscribe buttons and provide a nice comment, and also let me know in the comment section what you think in general. Okay guys, let's move on and let's talk about namespaces and autoloading. Okay, what is namespace in general in PHP? Imagine the following example, that you are creating an application. In your application you have the following classes. You have email class, you have person class, and you have order class. And you want to use email sending package, which is a third-party package. And that package also has email class. And you want to install that package in your project and use it for email sending. You simply cannot do this because you have a name collision of classes. You have email class declared, and the third-party package also has email class declared. And that was a big problem years ago, but namespaces can solve this problem. What you simply need to do is that create an app namespace and put all your classes inside app namespace. Okay, so you move your email class into app namespace, and its identifier now is not email, just email. Its identifier, the class's identifier, is app/email. And the same thing happens for person and order. Okay, your class name is now app/email, app/person, and app/order. And now you can easily install third party's email class in your application, because you won't have name collision. One is called email, second one is called app email. Okay, I hope this makes sense. So we need to do now the same thing, and let's create namespaces in the PHPStorm. Okay, so here I have opened index.php from Autoloading folder, and on the right side I have opened that Autoloading folder. And now let's create email and person classes. Okay, so I'm going to create right here email class, and let's remove this, and I'm going to give it a namespace now. Okay, so this email class now is declared in the global namespace, so I'm going to give it a namespace app. So this is the way how we can give namespace. Okay, namespace app. Let's create another class, call it person, and the PHPStorm detected that we had already email class with app namespace, and it created the person class inside the app namespace also. Okay, so let's do like this. So I'm going to create also app folder and move both of the classes right there. Okay, so in the index.php now I want to use that classes. So first of all, I need to call require once to include that class code, and then I can use I can create instances from this class. Okay, for example, email equals new email, and here is the thing. So that is the class's fully qualified name. Okay, creating an instance just like this won't work. And if we just try to see the result in the browser, that is an error. Uncode error, class email not found. Okay, that's because now the class name is app email, and whenever we want to use that class, we need to use with app email. Okay, so that's the rule what you need to remember. And here that first / is kind of optional. Okay, so again, this topic is explained really well in my object-oriented PHP playlist, so definitely check out the playlist. There are some scenarios about namespaces, and I have like a full 30 minutes video, I think, about namespaces, and definitely check out, and you can find the link as always in the video description. Okay, so this is the one way how we can create an instance of the email class. And let's, by the way, print something in the constructor to make sure that it's creating an instance. Okay, so echo email class. Okay, let's put beer and email class. So let's move on in index.php, and I'm going to show you a second way how we can use that email class. Okay, so if I have to create an instances of email class multiple times, probably I need to use the use operator. Okay, so I say use app email class in this file, and whenever I need to create an instance of the email, I just can use email because I have used it inside the class, and now I can access it with that email name. Okay, so I'm going to save this, refresh the browser, and I see email class 3 times. The same thing basically happens about the person. Okay, so the person is also declared under namespace app, and whenever I need to use with either use operator, use app person, or when I create an instance, I need to use equals new app backslash person. Either one of these, either this way or that way. Okay, so now imagine this scenario that your application has multiple classes, not just 2, but 10, 20, maybe 100 if your application gets large. So whenever you need to use one particular class, the email class, for example, in like 20 different files, you have to always make sure that the email class is included. You have to write that require once, and then you start using it. Okay, that's why Composer was created. Composer is a tool which solves you 2 main problems. One is autoloading, so all these classes will be autoloaded whenever you start using it, and the second advantage is that it's also package management tool, so you can easily install someone else's third-party packages in your project. Okay, let's go ahead and let's install Composer. Okay, so here is my new installed Windows, and I'm gonna type there Composer and go to the download. You can click on the Composer's main page and then go to the download, and in download section you will see that Composer Setup Exe. Okay, so let's click that. It will download that Composer Setup Exe. And before we install, let me show you that it's not installed and how it actually works. Okay, so we need to open CMD and type there Composer. Okay, so Composer is not recognized as an internal or external command, okay, because we don't have it installed. Now let's start installing that package. Okay, we just need to follow the instructions, nothing special, so it automatically detected where the PHP was installed. That's important. So Composer runs with PHP, so it needs to know where the PHP executable file is located. Okay, so we just follow this, just next, and here it is. It detected the PHP version in exe file, and let's install. Okay, so it was actually installed, and let's open CMD once again and type there Composer. And here we go. It gave us some kind of output, and these are the commands that the Composer supports. Of course, I'm not going to cover all of them. We're going to simply see a couple of them in our project. Okay, so let's get back to our PHPStorm and use that Composer command which we have already installed. Okay, so since we have successfully installed Composer, we need to navigate to the project folder and create a Composer JSON right here. Okay, so here is my Autoloading folder, and I'm gonna create Composer JSON right here. I will explain what is Composer JSON in a second. Okay, so let's open that place. So I'm gonna copy that file path and navigate right there. Okay, so we are in Autoloading area. So I'm gonna run right here Composer init. That will ask me a couple of questions. What's the package name? I'm gonna hit enter on all of this. What's the package description? Who is the author, minimum stability, and some other stuff. And I'm gonna hit enter on all of these, and that will give me Composer JSON right here. That Composer JSON is the configuration file for your application, for your project. Okay, so we give some, whenever we create Composer JSON, we need to give some unique name of our package if we are going to publish that package and make it available for others. Okay, so here is the my name, which I'm not going to publish it. Here are some other information, but that also Composer will also give us possibility to enable autoloading. Okay, so here we need to write autoload equals PSR4, which is an object, and inside there we're going to write the namespace name and on which folder that namespace is mapped. So I'm going to write here namespace will be app, and this will be mapped into the app folder. Okay, so under app folder, all of the classes will be under app namespace. Okay, let's save this and go to the terminal. We need the terminal and we need to run composer update. Okay, so that will need to update some autoloading files. Okay, yeah, I missed one important thing. In the app, we need to put there backslashes, okay? So we actually need to put here backslash, but as far as single backslash cannot put there, we need 2 backslashes. Okay, so that's like this. And let's save this and run composer update. Okay, generating autoload files. That's cool. Let's have a look. So it created that vendor folder, and that vendor folder contains the Autoload PHP, and that file is basically responsible to load classes whenever we want to use this. Okay, now if we go to the index.php and comment that require once lines and save that file and refresh the browser, we still see that app email cannot be found. And that happens because we need to simply require just one file. And that one file will be vendor autoload PHP. Okay, so that autoload PHP is responsible to include all other classes what we're going to use. Even if there are hundreds or thousands of classes, that autoload PHP will handle all of them and require. But we need to require that autoload PHP. And let's save this and see the result in the browser, and here we go. We don't need that require once anymore. We can create as many classes as we want in the app folder, and then we can just use them with either use operator like this, or we can just write app person just like this. Okay, so that's all about autoloading. What you need to know, again, check out my full playlist about object-oriented PHP. You can find the link in the video description or in the top right corner of the screen. And that's all about autoloading. Composer is the tool which is used in every modern PHP framework or CMS. So because, as I said, it fixes 2 main problems. One is autoloading, that we don't have to write require or require once 100 times if we have 100 calls in our application. And second one is that it also fixes the dependency management problem, okay, which we haven't mentioned yet. Let's imagine the case that now we want to install the third-party package in our autoloading folder. Okay, there should be a way for this. Let's go to the packagist.org, which is the file where PHP packages are registered. Let's go to the browse, and here we see like a couple of packages. Here we see new packages, and there will be some popular ones. For example, Monologue. I want to install that Monologue. That's basically a package which handles the sending log text into like files or sockets or in any other places. Okay. So, and here is the installation guide. So we need to install it with Composer. Okay, so we have seen one command of the Composer, which is called composer init, and that created that Composer JSON. Now we need to run composer require monologue. Okay, and let's open CMD. Here it is, and let's run composer. Okay, let's copy this and run here composer require monologue. That will install that will download and install that package in the project, in the vendor folder actually, and it will also handle all kind of dependencies that particular package has. Okay, so you see it installed two packages, although we have requested only one. So we requested monologue, but that monologue has actually dependency on PSR log. Okay, and it installed that second package also. And if we have a look in the vendor folder, we see that monologue and as well as the PSR. Okay, and if we want right now to use that monologue, we can already use, because we have once included that Autoload PHP, and we can easily use that monologue. And as you see, these classes are written also in whites in namespaces. Okay, so we can simply take that code and understand what's going on there. Okay, let me comment this code and down below paste this. Okay, so we are using monologue logger and some stream handler classes, and this will obviously write in the log file. Okay, so let's create like a output.log file. Okay, so we are creating basically some instance, and actually we don't care what's going on right here. That will write the output in the log file. Okay, so I have installed package and I can use it. And let's access that file in the browser. Okay, something happened, and here we go. So it created that output log, and inside there we see some nice formatting, warning, and error logs. Okay, here it is. We have written warning and error, and they came right here. Okay, so that's just demonstration how we can install and use someone else's packages using Composer. And Composer, as I said, is absolutely mandatory tool if you are going to like start working on PHP. If you're going to learn like frameworks, you have to use Composer. And it's not like a complex tool. You just need to know a couple of commands, and whenever you need the others, you can simply start Googling it. Okay, so that's it, and thank you. That's the end of this video, and I hope you enjoyed it. And I hope you learned even a bit. And if so, hit the like and subscribe buttons and provide a nice comment. Also, if you find this video useful, share it to your friends on social media. Let other people to learn something new also. And definitely in the comment section, let me know what you think. Thanks for watching, and see you in the next time.